Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, my name is Mark Francis and I'm a guest designer right here on Sewing Street. You may have seen me before. I don't know whether anybody has maybe tuned into the Great British Sewing Bee, but I was there for Series 6 reaching the quarterfinals. I'm now here on Sewing Street on your screens, bringing you my very favourite sewing patterns for men, women and children for dressmaking and tailoring. So you can fill your stash and your collection with my very favourite fabrics and sewing patterns, including my very own range right here, exclusive to Sewing Street. Something you may not know about me. Now let's have a think. A lot of this has been covered on the Sewing Bee, but I am a Blue Peter badge winner. I know. I haven't worn it in a while. Slightly too old to get into Warwick Castle these days wearing it. But you never, do I pass for 16? I don't know. Possibly not anymore. And I'm also, hence the piano, a pianist. I've been playing since the age of 7, when my school teacher at the time taught me, a little under duress from my mother because he thought I would be terrible. Turned out I wasn't. But there we go. Such is life. You never know until you give it a go. Have I just invented a new catchphrase? I don't know. You never know until you give it a go. Caption across the screen, please. Thank you very much. So do join me, popping up on your screens on here on Sewing Street, to bring you my very favourite sewing patterns and fabrics from across the range, including my very own range of sewing patterns from Sew Mark Francis, including this very Turlo shirt. More to come on a regular basis, so do keep tuned for that.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's the weekend. Yay! I'm Stuart Hillard and I'm going to be with you for the whole morning. I hope you'll stay with me. We've got a packed morning coming up. I hope you like and approve of the shirt that I'm wearing. This is one of Mark Francis's Brighton shirts, which he happened to show me, and I said, give me that here, that looks like it could fit. I literally grabbed it off him and put it on. It's like he made it for me. I'm just going to put that out there. I would quite happily take this home. Mark's going to be up in the next hour at 9 o'clock. We'll do the menu in a sec, of course, but Mark's coming up, and I do love my time with Mark Francis, so stick around for that. I hope you've got everything you need near you, some snacks, some drinks, and of course, you're settled comfortably. Let's start with the early bird. There they are. It's too early and too dark for birds. Now then, we've got 2 meters of 100% cotton fabric in powder blue. Now this is particularly relevant today because it's the Tilda new fabric range today, windy days, and I'm going to be using this powder blue fabric in my demo this morning to create really gorgeous quilt block and for a quilt. So this would be absolutely perfect to go with your Tilda windy days. Now you've got a 2 meter piece here. I'm going to unfold it so you can see just how much fabric you're getting. The price should be £13.96. It's too big to go on the table. There's our 2 meters, but of course that is folded in half. So let's shake it out, and there we go. Here it is. There is your 2-meter piece. It's a whopping piece of beautiful light blue fabric. Of course, it's 100% cotton, 42 inches wide. This would be absolutely ideal for piecing for the front of your quilt. Borders, bindings, backings. It would also be great for making garments with. I mean, it's a beautiful 100% cotton. Great for linings for bags as well, and also for additional piecing for the outside. Lovely and smooth, and it's a really lovely, bright powder blue. It's got a sort of, you know, that white background, so it's nice and zingy. It's from Rose and Hubble, of course, which we love here at Sewing Street. The website picture does make it look quite grey, but we always try and photograph this fabric and it always comes out looking grey. But in reality, this is the colour you're getting. It's this gorgeous powder blue. How lovely is that? Now, a quarter of the stock is already in baskets, so I think this is going to be super popular. We have crashed that price. I don't know if you noticed. £10.96. It's a £3 saving. Do go and check that out. As I say, it's going to be brilliant with your Tilda windy days. It's going to fit absolutely perfectly, but also a great backing fabric for quilts. Now, just be aware, if you multi-buy this, it's already cut in 2-meter pieces. So if you buy 2 units, you'll get 4 meters in total, but 2 lots of 2. Now, that would be absolutely brilliant for stitching together as a quilt backing. So 2 meters, you've got about 80 inches in length there, and if you sew 2 of those together, you're going to end up with approximately an 80-inch square of fabric. Now, that would be fantastic for backing really quite a big quilt, up to about a 76-inch square quilt, for less than £11. Well, that would be 2 of those, sorry. Now, great for baby things too, baby quilts, changing mats, baby bags. This is very much that sort of light Peter Rabbit blue. Do you know what I mean? It's very reminiscent of the sort of Beatrix Potter character fabrics. This blue would go very nicely with those. Half the stock now has been checked out. Half the stock. Some nice messages already, thank you, on the iPad. Lots of you watching. Morag says, morning Stuart and team. Hope to catch you all morning, but got granddaughter Caitlin for the weekend. Oh, that sounds like fun. Already got the gym jams out ready? A little movie later maybe? Louise says, morning handsome. Thank you, I'll take that. Looking forward to a relaxing morning with you and Mark. Oh, it's going to be lovely. Go D high. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I understand. Is that code? Morning though, morning. Patricia says, good morning, Stuart. And a lot love and the team from Blackpool. Anne says, hi. Well, hi to everyone who's watching to this start for our weekend. Got a message from Wendy. Hi, Stuart. Love watching you on Sewing Street. Thanks, Wendy. That's a really kind thing to say. I'm just loving being here. I'm having so much fun with the team and so much fun with you as well. It's lovely when you message in, and I really like it when you send in messages and pictures, of course, if you're working on anything, if you've got a little project that you've started, anything at all, please, please get in touch. Now, this is how you can get in touch with us. You can email us and send in pictures. That's studio@sewingstreet.com. But of course, you can also message us via Facebook when you're watching live. Now, let's have a little look at how you can shop with us today and how you can watch. So there we go. Go on sewingstreet.com and watch live. And then we pop up. You can see our early bird and our bestseller. It's the one and the same right now. And look how grey that fabric looks. It's not like that at all. It's a beautiful bright sky blue, powder blue. Really, really pretty, ever so nice. Now then, we've got 2 columns. Today's show deals and pre-order. If you click on pre-order, and these are everything that's coming up in the show. There's that beautiful, beautiful new Tilda range, Windy Days. It is so, so beautiful. Got some lovely projects to show you with that as well, and a little demo. Lots of lovely colours, soft golds and pinks, a bit of teal, some beautiful red, and a soft grey as well, which really just pulls everything together. How pretty are those? Got some great books, some great thread collections, and then we've got Mark's Hour coming up. Look, there's the Nina Lee dress, and all different fabric bundles that you can use to make different versions of the dress. Now then, later on, we've got Adjustoform. Going to be going through those with you and showing you the benefits of using an Adjustoform. Also some lovely tools there too. Now, mine and Hannah's favourite this morning, the squeeze clasp glasses case. We love this. You get instructions and the hardware. You just add some fabric. It's really cute, ever so cute that. Now then, this is rather lovely. Printed denim, floral print denim. I would jump ahead actually on that and get it on pre-order because it's going to run out really fast. Now I'm excited to look at Sewing for the Soul. This is a very beautiful book and got some gorgeous patterns in it and some lovely recipes for cake. Obviously they had me at cake. I don't know if we've actually got any samples. Wouldn't that be a treat? And then a bit later on, we've got Mark coming back, of course. So there he is with his Brighton shirt. That's what I'm wearing, not that version, obviously. Mark is not wearing that either, but some fabrics that would be suitable too. So a really packed morning, loads of lovely things and a great guest. I adore Mark, so we're going to have great fun and hopefully I can convince him to let me keep this shirt. I just won't take it off. What's he going to do? Now, I have got some very important news for you. We've got a competition running. Well, a draw, really. It's not a competition. You don't have to do anything apart from buy something. How about winning your basket? Today, 10 viewers will win their basket for free. I'm not kidding. You might have bought a sewing machine. You might have bought a massive bundle of 25 fat quarters. You might have bought the entire Tilda range. 10 viewers are going to get their basket for free. Amazing. You don't have to do anything. Just shop, check out. You'll get automatically entered into that draw. How cool is that? I'm looking forward to seeing who wins and what they win. Now let's look at the menu, folks. Let's see what's coming up. So this hour it's Tilda Windy Days Fabrics, a brand new launch. It is such a beautiful range. I love it. I know you will. There's my quilt that I made, and I've made some cushions too. I'll be showing you how to make that block. Got some little cushions featuring the prints, and then some gorgeous little bags that Deputy Joan ran up. Then at 9 o'clock, it's the Park Lane dress with Mark Francis. At 10 a.m, Adjustoforms and Tools. Oh, there's that lovely dress from Mark. Wowza. So gorgeous. And it looks so different depending on the fabrics that you choose. And then at 11 a.m, we have got the gentleman's shirt with Mark Francis. We've also, isn't that smart? I love that. Funnily enough, I nearly wore a shirt that was almost identical to that today. I'm so in tune. I'm so in tune. And then at 12 o'clock, we go over to Yarn Lane for Twink Knits hand-dyed shawls. They are beautiful. You'll enjoy those. I'm absolutely certain of it. So that's our menu for today. Now, a few more messages. Sue's messaged in saying, good morning, Stuart. It's my birthday today. Sue, happy birthday. Mwah, blowing you a big kiss. Loving sharing it with you. I'm now a certified pensioner, lol. Oh, Sue, fantastic. Well, congratulations. Have a very, very happy birthday month. You get a month. You get a month. And Chantal says, morning, Stuart. I used your book to make my son a bottle carrier for Legoland tomorrow. It was so easy to follow. So thank you for a great book. Well, thank you very much, Chantal. And have a wonderful time at Legoland. Charlie, my husband, has always wanted to go. I might get tickets. We can take our bottle carriers too. Now then, I'm going to walk you over. Come with me. Come on. Walk this way, I talk this way. Okay, let's have a look. I'm going to pop this to one side for now. And let's talk Tilda. Let's talk Tilda. Now, this is Tilda's brand new range. Now, if you've never ever seen or heard of Tilda fabric before, let me just explain. Tilda is a Scandinavian company, Norwegian company. It was founded in 1999, and it's the genius of the brand, I think, that they hit the ground running. They really, I think, they introduced most of us to Scandinavian style, and in particular, those sort of ditzy florals and fresh colours and that nostalgia that just, I don't know, just ties in with so many of us. They started with papercraft and more that side, scrapbooking, but then quite quickly developed into fabrics and sewing, and they've been a favourite of mine for many, many years. Now, they bring out 3 or 4 collections of fabric each year. This is their autumn-winter collection, and it's called Windy Days. Let's start with these fabrics right here. Emma and I have pulled these together into sort of little groups which go beautifully together, but we're selling all of them individually by the half metre. So you can absolutely mix and match across the whole range. Now, we'll start with this one down here, which ends 5/8. Now, this one, there are 4 different colourways. This is the gold colourway, and there's like a feature print which really works nicely on its own. I've used it for some cushions. I haven't used it at all in my quilt, but I've made a block to show you how it could work as a block. So this is £6.99 for half a metre. Absolutely brilliant value. It's such a lovely fabric, isn't it? Featuring a little character going for a walk with her dog, getting caught in a little bit of a blustery gale. It's very cute. Yeah, the dog is just enjoying his walk, being out in the open. It is absolutely lovely, that, isn't it? And that's in the camel colourway. So this lovely kind of rich antique-y gold. A little bit of blue, a little bit of soft pink in there, and a little bit of chocolate brown. Absolutely smashing. It's 100% cotton, of course. It's 42 to 44 inches wide. You're getting half a metre. Now, just to give you an idea, if I hold this up and show you, plenty there to make 2 big cushion fronts, for example. You could use this to back a runner. You could use this for bordering something small. Also great for in your piecing as well. And I think this is the first time we've ever had Tilda in half metres, am I right? I've had the odd one here and there perhaps, but yeah, we've actually got the whole collection, and we've also got the Ayala coordinates. Now, I'll explain when we get to one of those. In fact, we'll go to that now. Now, this is 7/9. This is also in the camel. Now, this is a coordinate, still made for the Windy Days range. This is so lovely, isn't it? This is that same camel colour. Now, we've put blender there. It's sort of a fabric that would work not as a neutral, but as something kind of calm that you can put with some of the other sort of brighter florals. Like, for example, if I just put the feature print up against this, you can see what I mean. It sort of just gives a bit of contrast. It gives somewhere to sit, you know, so you've got still some interest, but it's not all highly patterned. Somewhere for your eye to rest, I suppose, is a good way of putting it. But this is Ayala, and the whole range, actually, Windy Days, is based on Indian woodblock prints. And I must admit, the minute, 4 times a year, I get a massive box arrive at Quilt HQ of the new Tilda range, and I'm always just diving it like a mad thing. And as soon as I saw this, I thought Indian woodblock, and I love Indian woodblock prints, and that's what this is actually based on. If you like things like reproduction fabrics, if you like William Morris fabrics, I think this will appeal because they also take inspiration from woodblock and older printing methods. So that's the Ayala. Now this next one here, this is ending 1/8. This is very, very beautiful, gorgeous kind of soft salmony pink background, a soft camel, and then this lovely blue. That's the coral, yeah, it is like a sort of coral. Now I'm just going to lay down our early bird special next to this just so you can see how beautifully those are going to go together. Isn't that going to work? Absolutely beautifully. If you're making a bag maybe, this would be so gorgeous to make something like a smart shopper tote, and I would simply do either top and bottom in the blue, perhaps about so wide, maybe about 3.5 inch cut, and then the rest of the bag in that, and then line it in that as well. Lovely. Don't forget, of course, you might be one of 10 lucky shoppers today who win their entire basket for free. I can't believe that. It's incredible. Shouldn't everywhere do an offer like that? Everywhere. That's going to end up costing us so much money. And 10 people, it's not going to cost you a bean. Can you imagine if today was the day you bought yourself a brand new sewing machine and then you won your basket and some fabric and an Adjustoform? I mean, goodness me. So that's lovely. Now, can I just start? Do we still have the early bird left? There's only 8, yeah. So it would go so beautifully with this range. Now this next one is ending 6/2. MBZW62, and this has got a lovely kind of stylized floral. And again, it really reminds me of those fabrics. You might have watched videos of, they're very skilled artisans in India who have a carved wooden block and then literally press it down and then lift it up, move it over, press it down. It's such skilled work. Now this is obviously printed in the sort of much more modern way, on rollers, but it has that gorgeous sort of heritage vintage feel. Soft golds and camels, this coral, this lovely blue, and again would work so well with our early bird. This would make a gorgeous cushion or a bolster. I'm thinking with round gathered ends and cord, piping cord. Really smart. Remember, each time you buy a ½ metre, if you want a metre of this, just order 2 increments. That's all you need to do. Lots of you checking out on different bits. We'll recap, of course, and don't forget I'm going to be doing my demo too. But if you want to make the quilt behind me, you know, we have put together, it basically in order, these fabrics will all go really, really nicely together. I mean, you could literally throw these fabrics up in the air and whichever ones you caught, just use those. They'll look lovely. It's such a great price as well, £6.99 a metre, which means that it's less than £14 a metre. Yeah, that's, gosh, I can do maths at this time of day. Who knew? This one ends 4/7. Now, this is one, I love, love, love this print. I've used this, it's a different colourway, but I've used this design for the border of my big quilt. This would also work really well for the border. Now, if you want to buy fabric to border the quilt, I would go with a metre. A metre of fabric would be enough for that border. So 2 units. Isn't that lovely? Really special. Again, it's something, I mean, it does work cut up small because I'm using it in my demo, and look, there's a 4.5-inch square, and it does still work really well at smaller scale. But it's also got a lovely all-over print that would work really well for a border or for large alternate blocks. Be nice on a bag as well, this. I'm thinking something like a hobo would look really nice. Now then, this last one that we've pulled out in the camel colourway, and again they all feature that lovely soft blue, don't they? This is almost like a little periwinkle flower. So this is ending 80. Love, have you seen the selvage? I'm just going to move that over a second. Look at that selvage. How much fun is that? Little umbrellas. But that's such a lovely print, all over print. And again, it's one, it does come in another colourway. Look, absolutely gorgeous. Smaller scale this time. And it's really important when you're making your patchwork to mix your scales. It creates a lot more visual interest than just using the same scale of everything. So a little bit of soft pink there, those lovely blues. Yeah. Let me just show you how those all look together as well now. So that's a nice little grouping of 6 fabrics so far. Now we've already played through these, so they're on the play deal. Yep. 1/2 metre of each would be great. That would work really nicely. Really nicely. Now I'm going to bring the blues in next because these also follow on beautifully. If I leave those for 1 second and just... Is that all right? I'll just bring these blues in just to show you how beautifully these all go together if you want to expand your range. And I would certainly be putting a few more blues into there. Perhaps this one, maybe this one. They will work really well. But we'll have a look at these. Now, the most popular at the moment is the Windy Days Lady in Blue, which is this one right here. So we'll go to that one next. Now I've actually used this in a block here just to show you. There's 7 meters remaining of this one, actually, this blue. Let me just show you. So I've started making a block there, yeah, which you can see, although I didn't use this print in my quilt, it would go absolutely beautifully in with that. It's a great coat, isn't it? Like a duster coat. Really smart, that. So yes, there's a story. There is a story in that fabric. It's quite clever because it's a very simple print. Now this one ends 2/4. Details are on screen. I'll open it out so you can have a closer look. Yeah, look, I like that. I'm just going to peel that back. She's lost brolly and hat. Poor thing. The dog's staying very calm though. This would be really nice to make a set of cushions out of, and indeed I have made a couple of cushions that are right behind me using this in the camel and in the blue. They work really well together, don't they? And then a couple of other prints, there's more golden prints for a border. And I've used a pale blue chambray, but our early bird, pale blue, powder blue solid would work equally well in place. Just pulls out the blue, just lightens the whole thing, just adds a little frame there. So great feature print this. Would work really well actually as well for something like an Irish chain. So use that for the large alternate blocks and then use some of the smaller lighter prints to create the diagonal chain through the alternate blocks. That would be really pretty. So that's that one. Now then, this next fabric, which ends 9/7, this is the print that I used for the border on my quilt. I fell in love with this and I love the way. Now this is what we call in the trade a bridge fabric. because this provides a bridge between the blue range and the gold camel and the pink and the blues. It pulls them all together. Be lovely to add this to denim, wouldn't it, for a dress? Pocket linings, pocket tops, maybe a little placket, or even just some covered buttons or something like that, or just maybe like inseam pockets that are then lined with this, so you just catch a little glimpse of it when you go into the pocket. Half a metre would do that, wouldn't it, for a dress, if you wanted to just add a few little details, maybe a little collar. Now, Mrs. Kent, Karen, has messaged in. Compliment and a half. Morning, Stuart. Loving the Tilda fabric. Karen, it may be even more than my usual liberty. Wow, that is a compliment indeed, isn't it? Yeah. It's got that wonderful heritage feel. This is the genius of Tilda. They hit the ground running. They really did. They had such vision, I think, when the company started, and still, because everything about, I mean, they are an established company now, but everything they do just feels instantly recognisable, lovable, right. I always know what to do with Tilda fabric. Always. Now, maybe if you've never ever tried Tilda fabric before and it's not a brand that you recognise, I mean, Google it, you will get so much inspiration. Tilda do have a wonderful website with lots of free patterns on as well. But it is terrific. They are very, very good on pattern support and inspiration. But it is such beautiful quality. It is absolutely wonderful, so smooth. Now this next one is a personal favourite, this N72, and this is that little like sort of periwinkle flower, but this time in a pink, rose pink. Lovely, isn't it? I've already cut out a piece of this ready for my demo. I think this would be absolutely wonderful to make Mark's Turlo shirt or Brighton shirt, which is the one I'm wearing. This would look gorgeous, but you could also use this for something like a tea dress. So great for dressmaking, absolutely beautiful for dressmaking, but of course it's perfect for bags and also quilts as well. How lovely is that? Just a world of possibilities. I'm just going to grab a couple of toiletry bags down that Deputy Joan made. Now these just show you how you can use, now I'll turn them around so you can see the reverse side first of all, because these fabrics would look absolutely beautiful just done plain. They're just layered with some bosal inner form and quilted in vertical lines about 3/8 of an inch apart. Took Joan an age, that did. It kept her busy. We love Joan. Morning, Joan, if you're watching. Oh, everyone in the gallery says good morning to Deputy Joan too. So both look lovely just done as plain bags. Also, I mean, just think about like a shopper or a tote. Beautiful. And then on the other side, what we've done there is, this is my migrating geese pattern. Bag pattern. Just some simple flying geese using the Ayala, which we've got in the teal and also in the grey. Just lovely. Against some chambray sky. Very simple, quick and easy to do. Little zip in the top and then just a plain lining. Just pop those away there now. Thank you very much. So that's that one. Is this fabric getting your juices flowing, your creative juices? Because I know when the fabrics arrive, I'm just, anything else I'm working on just gets absolutely discarded. Now this one, ending 3-1, it's gone wild on pre-order. Is that because it would make such a beautiful shirt? possibly, or dress or blouse. This is the Ayala in blue. It is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, I've got to warn you, there's more fabric in baskets than we've actually got fabric. So if you really want this, please check out now. Remember, you can always go back. You'll only pay 1p&p. So check that out. Make sure you've got it before it runs out. It's smashing, isn't it? And if I just bring back one of the earlier fabrics, this is the lovely Windy Days All Over print. Just show how lovely that works together with the blue. It's just smashing, isn't it? That camel and blue together looks stunning. You will miss out on this if you don't check out quickly, folks. I'm just saying. Just saying that. We'll move on because that's going to disappear. Now this one, again, a real favourite. I think it's lovely. This one ends 3/8. And again, it's a sort of quintessential woodblock print. I'm just going to turn that around the other way, sorry. A lot of Tilda fabrics are subtly directional. You can see this one does have a direction, most definitely. So just keep an eye on that when you're cutting out, unless you like mixing the direction of fabric, which I do, and I will twist and turn. Although having said that, in my quilt, I didn't. I paid really close attention, I think. No, I did. No, I did. I'm questioning myself now. Now, I used a soft kind of almost like an egg yolk yellow for the sashings. But you could have done the powder blue, which we've got. You could go pink. You could go pale turquoise. Excuse me, that would be lovely. And of course, you might use the teal, grey, red prints that we've got in the collection, which we haven't even got to yet, which we will. I'm going to talk faster. Message from Marion. Hi, Stuart. Such fabulous fabric will complement any quilt or dressmaking you're doing, male or female, or any home decor. Love what you're doing. Love, Marion. Oh, Marion, that's a really lovely message. Thank you. Love everything. It's so much fun, isn't it? I mean, I think this range is beautiful. Tilda fabric is always really easy to use, I find. It just lends itself to so many different projects. It's very gentle, but still has lovely impact. And this range in particular, I think, is very soft and gentle, but never wishy-washy. The pastels that Tilda use are always kind of strong pastels, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's a very clever thing to do, isn't it? Because it's quite easy to do wishy-washy florals, but these are always strong. They have great design. So this is that stylised, that sort of tulip tree almost. It's called Breeze in blue. But of course, it's got that lovely little bit of turquoise teal, lovely soft rose pink and coral, and then that delicious cornflower blue. Now, anything with blue in it, anything with blue has been extremely popular. So if you're loving the blues, be aware those are in the danger zone now. Now this one ends Danger Zone 02. We need a graphic or something, don't we? Or a sound effect. Danger Zone. This one ends 02, thank you. Yeah. This is the, there are two pink Ayellas. Now there's this one, which is a sort of corally pink. And then I'm just going to show you, just briefly, I won't go through the details yet, but I just want to show you the other pink, which is a bit more raspberry, or a bit more, I don't know. Do you see you can see. Hannah wants lounge pants in both. What a lovely idea. A lovely kind of gathered waist, softly gathered waist, little tie. Gorgeous. Nice and loose, comfy. Beautiful. I mean, these would make the most delicious pyjamas, wouldn't they? With a solid pink piping around the collar and the pocket top. Lovely. Hot water bottle cover maybe? Wheatie packs? I've made, there's one of the very early Tilda sewing books has a pattern for a hot water bottle cover, which I've made so many times as Christmas presents. Yeah, it's really, I think in the book it's made in felt, but I've made it in fabric many, many times, fabric and quilt batting, and it works really, really well. So that's another grouping there that you could use to make the quilt, or to add, you know, maybe some pinks or add some of the camels. But those fabrics together, don't they all look lovely? That makes a really nice, happy grouping. So you've got a bit of darker, bit of lighter, different scales of print. Throw in a couple of solids. Do be really careful though, because this is definitely in the danger zone. I'm just going to add my own sound effects if I have to. Now then, let's do teals and greys, because these are absolutely lovely. I'm just going to bring this one over as well. Look at those. So yummy, so yummy. We'll start with the main feature print. This is really lovely, really nice. It's a grey. I suppose it's got an edge of fawn in it. The umbrella is beyond gorgeous. I want the actual umbrella. I also want the actual dog, which looks really cute, and well behaved, which I need in a dog. How cute is that? Love the whole story of this fabric. Out for a walk with the dog. The wind blows the hat and the umbrella away. It is lovely, isn't it? Little wooden bridge with the crow sitting on it. The sunflowers, which have definitely seen better days. They're on the turn, aren't they, those sunflowers? It's probably why the crow's hanging around. Or is it a raven? I can never remember if it's one raven or a group or a single crow. Anyway, that's the grey. And it has these lovely sort of raspberry pink elements in it, which then tie in beautifully with the other fabrics. Now remember, this one will work on its own, would be great as a backing or a border, or leave it out of the quilt altogether and just use it for some accent pillows. But look at this gorgeous Ayala in that pink colour. Now this ends 2/8, and this is that raspberry pink. Again, absolutely beautiful for a shirt, blouse, dress, lounge pants, pyjamas, but also really lovely for quilt making. Toiletry bag with that. Hello. Hello, lovely. And that. Those. What a happy trio. Really nice. Sorry, I can't help putting fabrics together. That's the Ayala pink. I'm going to speed up. It's not called paella fabric. Right, this one, let's go through this. This is 8/9. One of the larger scale florals, this one. With that gorgeous, quite deep teal background. It's one of the darker fabrics as well in the range. And then it's got that really gorgeous stylized, like a sort of carnation flower. Very soft gold leaves. Little hint of chocolate. It's really detailed. Look at the petals. There's so much detail in there. Absolutely lovely. And this is one that I loved so much, of course. I did feature it in my toiletry bag. You can see there. Just mixed in a little bit of the Ayala in the teal and then a little bit of chambray. But I mean, even just as a plain bag, absolutely stunning. And I love the fact that we've got this by the ½ metre, because now you can buy the fabric for the border for the quilt. You can buy the fabric to make the bag. to make the skirt or the pyjama bottoms? Or what about, I'm very keen on a dust ruffle around a bed. I think that looks really gorgeous. A dust ruffle and some pillows or some pillow shams, just to accent a room so that perhaps everything else is quite plain. Our producers just suggested an antimacassar. You just love that for the word, don't you? You know where the name comes from? Antimacassar. Oh, Hannah's good. She knows. It was a hair oil called macassar. Yeah, so it was anti-macassar to stop the oil getting on the sofa. You knew that at home. But you know, it's interesting because I noticed this on sofas at home, that it is the arms that get kind of mucky from hands and things like that. So I remember when I was a child, every sofa had the arm covers on, didn't it? Don't you remember? If you had them, if you still have them, send in a picture. Now then, let's just have a look at the Ayala in the turquoise. This is ending 9/8. Because this again I used in the bag. They're very, very beautiful. Less than 10 meters of this left. Again, this would be gorgeous for garment making. And at £6.99 for a half metre, I think it's a very affordable price point. It's got a lot of impact. The background isn't white. It's like a very soft ecru or an eggshell. So it's softer. It's almost like maybe an ivory background. Really sweet. Loads of detail in each of those flowers as well. Loads of detail. Now the darker blue of this, if you remember, that's sold out now. But if you love those sort of tones, I think this colour, which we're calling teal, yes, I would agree, teal, we've still got some. Okay, stylised tulips. This is ending 5/9. Again, you've got more of the raspberry there, more of the teal. The gold is really rich in this. Really smart fabric. That's called Breeze. This is delicious, isn't it? This really rich gold. Now this again shows you how then you could add in those camel tones and now it would work. If this fabric didn't have that little bit of caramel and gold in, it would be hard to make this fabric work with it. But there's a natural synergy now because of that. And it just helps to pull everything together. And again, we might just add a little bit of this in as well. And now we've got a complete collection for a bag in particular would be gorgeous, or cushions. So that's that one. We haven't done the gold Ayala yet, have we, or have we? We have, yes. Get rid of that, get rid of that. The grey Ayala, the silver, this is super, this is ending 4/1. These have been very, very popular. It's a gorgeous print. This would work beautifully with something like Moda. I'm thinking, who does all the red prints? Oh, it'll come to me, it'll come to me. It's a good neutral, this. It's a really good neutral. This would work with so many different fabric ranges. Yes. What's the... We've got lots of fabrics that this would go with on the website. Lots like the red and white fabrics. This would be a gorgeous addition. Go really well with teal as well. Nice with purples. French General. French General. That would work so well. Oh, that would have bugged me all day. Again, I think a Turlo shirt or a Brighton shirt in that grey would be amazing. Now this ends 3-1. That's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now you could use this to accent so many plain fabrics. If you wanted to add just a little of this with maybe like just plain grey, that would be lovely, or plain gold. Curtain tiebacks. What about a trim along the bottom of a Roman blind or a roller blind? That would look lovely. Just the bottom, maybe 4 inches of a Roman blind. That would be gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. You can use Tilda fabrics for light soft furnishings. So things like light upholstery. I would always put some interfacing on the back. Just to kind of strengthen the fabric up. Same with things like blinds or curtains. I would put an interfacing on, just a light interfacing, but then I'd also interline the curtains, and then you'd get a really good drape on them. It's beautiful fabric. Now then, next, another stylised tulip. This is 1-2, ended in 1-2. That's rich, isn't it? It's got lovely richness, almost like a sort of a tangerine in there, and raspberry. Beautiful teals. Look at that, how lovely. Such a lot of detail in the fabrics too. And then we've done the grey all over. So this floral, this is another favourite of mine. This ends 4-2. It's definitely the pimpernel. It's this little periwinkle flower that I just love. Absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. We're loving these fabrics so much. We're going to keep going. I'm going to get that demo in, don't worry. We'll still have Mark for an hour. We'll just shunt everything along a little bit. We're going with the flow. We're going with the flow. We're freestyling today. Free falling. 5-0. That's yummy. That is yummy. That's your lounge pants. That's your lounge pants, isn't it? Isn't that gorgeous? PJs, hot water bottle cover, and slippers, and a quilt. And a mug rug, and a little thing around your mug, a mug cozy. A dog jacket. I'm not making coats for my goats. Although a friend did send me something about knitted ear warmers for goats. I think that's a step too far. Now then, there is a red colourway, and I think this is good. This goes really, really well with the teals and the greys. So you could mix and match these together if you like a little bit stronger colour. Now this is Stormy. It's called Stormy. And it's just a gorgeous print, isn't it? It's got the lovely teal and camel, but the predominant colour there is that delicious red. And it's kind of like almost like a cranberry juice red. Slab cushions in a window. You know, those kind of like a window seat where you just sit and watch the world go by. Watch people being blown about by the storm. On an island somewhere, looking out to sea. Yeah. That is lovely. Now, of course, you might, if you know your Tilda, you know they do a lot of doll patterns. And, of course, these would be brilliant for doll clothes as well. 1/2 metre would go a very long way. This is the Ayala in red, 3-5. Excuse me. Christmas stockings, of course. There's no reason why these couldn't be used for something Christmassy, couldn't they? I mean, those together would be absolutely lovely. And I'm just going to pull back a little bit of the Ayala in teal, just a little. Very nice, very nice. I've made such a mess with these fabrics. Never mind. Big all over. This makes me think of coral. I think it's the colours, you know, actual coral. This ends 5/9. Something about the swirls. I think to line a tweed jacket with this would be amazing. To line any kind of jacket or blazer would look beautiful, really special. Yeah, little jumpsuit, yeah, I think that would be nice. That would be really cool. And of course, little accents of this with a plainer colour as well. So maybe for things like facings, cuffs, a collar stand, maybe a little jacket, little, you know, sort of soft boxy jacket, that would be cool. Or the lining for a bomber. Ooh, nice. Umami. And then the last print in the collection is the Red Windy Days. Lady lost in the park, but dog very much with her. Still pulling out those teals, that little bit of camel. Fab. Let's demo. Let's demo. Can I demo? Let's demo. Let's demo. Oh, well done if you got any of those fabrics. You did really well. Now, while I just get all my bits and bobs ready, we'll just show you the Tilda website. So inspiring. It's called Tilda's World. And this is the front page, so it's all about windy days. And then on the left, can you see it says free patterns? And let's just show you some of the free patterns that you can download. Look at these, look at those. And they're free. And they have everything that you need, all the amounts. They're all, you know, either current ranges or past ranges. So, you know, you can really sort of mix and match. And some of the older patterns, of course, well, all of the older patterns still work really well. Oh gosh, that's a funny old rotary cutter. Has he done something weird with all of them? Because this one's all over the place as well. Okay, let me see. Oh. If there's another one, I'd rather use a different one. Is he sharpening blades? What I'm going to do, I'm just going to use this light blue, this powder blue. This was our early bird special. And I'm just going to cut a couple of 1.5 inch strips. That's fine, that's great, thank you. Brilliant, thank you. So let's just cut a few little strips. So I'm going to show you how to make the main block in my quilt. And it's super easy. Oh, you're an angel. Thank you, darling. Oh, you know, if you need somebody, there's always somebody on hand here. It's terrific. Right then, so I've got my little 1.5 inch strip of powder blue. And I'm just going to cut a couple of 4.5 inch lengths. Okay, just need 2 of those. And then I also need 1 strip of this, which is 14.5 inches. So I'll just turn my ruler on the side. And 14.5 inches, there we go. Okay, so that's all I need of my powder blue. And then I've already cut my main fabrics out. So let me show you how the block goes together. It's so easy. So first of all, you need 4 fabrics from your windy days. You need your main fabric. Now this piece is 9.5 inches by 14.5 inches. So it's a great opportunity for showing off one of the bigger prints perhaps, but you know, mix and match, it all looks good. And then I've got my 1.5 inch by 14.5 inch, 1.5 by 14.5 inch strip of fabric there to divide it up. Then I need 3 4.5 inch squares, and these are going to be sewn underneath. And in between those, I've got 1.5 inch by 4.5 inches. And that's my block. That's my block. That's all there is to it. Okay, so I'll do a quick bit of sewing. Ooh. There we go. Just need to change my foot. Now I've had a nice question. Someone's asked, if you use the red colourway, what solid would I put with it? Now I think I would pull out probably either a grey, a light grey would look nice. I think really lovely would be a light duck egg blue or a light teal, very light teal. That would look absolutely beautiful. Or you could just pull something like a white would look good. So there's various options. Right then, let's sew this down. So 1/4 inch seam allowance. Love the fact that I've got, a thread cutter there. Let's just push that seam allowance back towards the light blue. And I'm just going to join these 3 fabrics into a row. So I've got my 3 4.5 inch squares and my little 1.5 inch strips that are going to separate them. They're acting as sort of mini sashings, really. Let's keep sewing down. Okay, now I'm going to always push my seam allowance towards the sashing strips or the border strips there. So one more to add. Now for my actual quilt, there are 2 versions of this block. One of the blocks looks exactly like I'm making this one, okay? So the big 9.5 inch by 14.5 inch rectangle goes at the top. The alternate block is the other way round. So that 9.5 inch by 14.5 inch rectangle goes at the bottom. I'll show you exactly how it looks in a second. And then when you put the quilt together, you're just going to alternate those blocks. Now there is a sashing in between all of the blocks as well, and that is cut 1.5 inches wide. The final border around the outside is 4.5 inch cut and 4 inch finished. So that's those sewn into a row now. And so this is my block A, and then my block B looks like that. That's my alternate block. So it's just alternating and they get stacked one on top of the other. That is literally, you can see an A and a B side by side there, okay, with a sashing in between each block. And it's as simple as that. The only reason why you have to make an A and a B block is because these fabrics are directional, and if you turned the block, you'd end up having the pattern going the wrong way. So if you were using a different, say like a K-facet print that wasn't directional, then you could just make them all the same and then twist and turn them. But this way, what you need to do is when you're actually sort of deciding which fabrics go where, you need to kind of plan out all your blocks and lay them all out on the floor before you sew them together. But that's quite a nice job to do anyway. So listen, I'm not going to sew those together because you know how to do that. You're just going to sew those 3 rows together. That is the block. And how lovely does that powder blue look with the Tilda? Well done if you got that. Now, if you're thinking about checking out now, and is this the right time, don't forget, 10 viewers today are going to win their entire shopping basket for free. Whatever you've put in it, whatever you've bought and checked out, okay, you've got to have checked out. Now, when you check out, you will still check out, you'll pay and all that sort of thing. But then the winners, I think, are being chosen on Monday. So you will then just get anything that you've paid will just not go out of your bank. Basically. So think about if you were one of those lucky 10 people, and there are going to be 10 people today who will win their shopping basket for free, that I promise you. Imagine if that was you. What would be in your dream basket? Would it be 1/2 metre of everything from the Tilda range? Would it be a sewing machine? Would it be an Adjustoform and some fabric bundles and some patterns, a thread collection? Be like supermarket sweep. Now I'll just show you once more the 4 fabrics that I've used in this block right here. Let's pull them out. So the first one ends 3/8. I mean, they all work together. You could literally just throw the fabrics on the ground and roll in them. And whatever sticks to your body, use those. That's my favourite way of choosing fabrics for a quilt. Doesn't everybody do it that way? Now, this is another print I've used, ending 4/7. Now this next one you can't buy anymore because it's all gone, but this is the Ayala Blue 3/1. You could, if I substitute, I'm going to substitute, where's the soft pink? Yeah, this one would have worked really well with those colours. This is ending 02. That would look lovely in there instead. And then the last one that I used is ending 72. That's that one. But you can see really how you could almost pick any of the prints. See, for example, this one, which ends 1/8, that would make a very, very happy trio for a block. Best advice I can ever give you in terms of putting fabrics together is, if it makes your heart flutter, if it makes you happy, then it's right. Go with it. Take some pictures of different combinations, flick through, and that one that you keep flicking back to, that one that makes you go, oh, that's the one. That's the one. It doesn't matter if no one else would like that combination. It doesn't matter if, you know, the book says so, or I say so, or anybody else says so. If it makes your heart sing, that's the combination to go for, because colour is emotional, isn't it? And pattern is emotional, and it makes us feel a particular way. And especially if you're making a project for yourself, you are the only person you've got to please. But who couldn't be thrilled and delighted with Windy Days? It's such a lovely collection. Now I'm going to give you a few minutes to check out your baskets, clear the decks, clear your minds and get yourself into a dressmaking zone, because after that break we've got Mark Francis here with a gorgeous dress pattern and some fabulous demos. So don't go away. I will see you right after this break.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters, And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello there, welcome back. Welcome to Sewing Street. If you're just joining us, happy Saturday. What a lovely day to be joining us here. We have got the most wonderful, wonderful morning ahead of us. And in this hour, we've got the just gorgeous and wonderful Mark Francis. I remember watching him on the Sewing Bee. I already knew him, actually. I'd met him before, and I'd met his husband too. There he is. Look at the camera, love.
Hello.
There he is. Where am I? Innie tall, eh? Innie tall.
I never thought I was tall.
Until you met me,
no,
John.
Well, until I saw the promo photos for Sewing Bee, and then I realised why they kept standing me at the back. Because I didn't think that not everybody else is.
And you were what age when you did that?
It's only 2 years ago.
And you didn't realise you were tall?
No. I was 42. No, I don't think of myself as tall.
Okay. Well, I suppose you're not.
Well, I thought I was 5'11" for a long
sideshow
time.
tall, but. How tall are you?
Well, I'm 6 foot, but I thought I was 5'11" for all my adult life till I got to about 40-ish, and the bank had a medical for everybody. I use the word loosely.
Yes.
And they measured my height, and I was 6 foot. I mean,
and you were like, "Where's that modelling contract?
Where did that extra inch come from?"
Yeah, quite.
I know, it's just mad, isn't it?
I dreamed of being 6 foot. I still hope I'll grow. Anyway, thank you, Mark. It's going to be like that. Well, Mark is here to show us the absolutely gorgeous Nina Lee Park Lane dress and blouse pattern. Now then, that pattern comes in 2 sizes, a smaller and a larger. Now the smaller pattern, the details are going to be on screen. The pattern costs £11.95. There we go, details on screen. And this is for sizes 6 to 20. Okay, so it's really quite a good range of sizes, even in that one pattern. That's quite impressive, isn't it?
She's quite generous. And it's nice to see that.
It is good to see a really wide range. Now, if you go onto the website, you can have a proper good look through that pattern information on the back and see exactly what those different sizes come out as, because they're all a bit different, aren't they? Or you could grab your phone and screenshot now. Look, we'll show you. There you go. And it's got your bust and your waist and hip measurements. Now, so that goes from a 6 to a 20. Now then, let me just show you as well that you're getting 2 different patterns in there, well, and they mix and match. So you're getting the dress, you're also getting the blouse, and of course you can do short sleeves or long sleeves on either. And you can also go collarless or with a collar on both. So plenty to mix and match. Good staple dress this, Mark.
Yeah, I think so. And like I said, the variations make a big difference. Because the amount of different variations you can get with those options is quite wide.
It is. And I mean, you've picked a really bold, abstract print there. A little bit of an 80s vibe, I feel.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
I originally picked that. What did I pick that for? Oh, the dressing gown, which is coming up. Well, we're not doing the dressing gown today, but it's from the book that I'm doing at 11. So that was picked out for that. It's called Rainbow Cloud. It's ever so fun, isn't it?
Favourite colour?
What, rainbow?
Yeah.
Is rainbow a colour?
Yeah. Oh, don't overanalyse, Mark.
Rainbow paint?
So with that pattern comes in 2 sizes.
Moving
on.
Am I thinking
You're
about
saving
it too much?
£3. You really are. You really are. It's just something I say. You're saving £3. It's £11.95 for that Nina Lee pattern, the Park Lane dress and blouse. Love a gathered sleeve. Now then, if you want the larger size of pattern, there's a different picture on the website for some reason, but it's exactly the same pattern. This is from sizes 16 to 28. The second image on the website is still the back of the pattern, so if you need to have a look and see the sizes, I will show you the back of the pattern though, so you can have a look and see. So, yeah, these are the, there we go. How is that? Was that my eyes? There
Coming into focus.
There we go.
They're on it today, aren't they?
I mean, so on it.
The dream team.
Yes. Yeah, we're cooking with gas, as they say.
Oh, we won't
A voluminous mid and short sleeve. Lovely.
We won't be cooking with gas soon, will we?
No, we won't.
No.
We won't be cooking anything. Oh my goodness. Brought us down rather, I feel.
Say sorry. What she said.
Not saying.
Oh,
right,
okay.
But listen, great pattern, 2 different, very broad size. Mark, if you were somewhere in the middle, if you are a 16, for example, which would you go for, the smaller or the larger? Because this one goes up to a 20, this one goes 16 to 28.
I think it's always best to go for the larger size.
Right.
Because then you can always take it down.
You can trim it down a little bit, can't you?
You can't. It's more tricky, but not impossible to scale up. And you can't. There's only so much seam allowance you can let it out as well.
It's true enough, yeah. So if you're a 16, but you sometimes go a little over into an 18, then go for the larger. Yeah.
Or get both.
You could get both.
You could win your basket, and then it hasn't cost you.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Nice segue. Don't forget, 10 people today will win their entire basket. Imagine what might be in yours. Huzzah. Don't just buy a reel of thread, will you? Can you imagine if you were the person that just... Can you imagine if you were the person that bought a reel of thread today? Or half a metre of interfacing?
3,000 baskets are checked out, and all they've got in them is a fat quarter.
I know, and then you want... No, I mean, make it something significant. Goodness me. Cost us money. Come on. Okay, so there's our main pattern that we're looking at today. Now we've also got some fabric bundles. Let's start with Rainbow Cloud because this is the one that Mark used. Now then, first and foremost, you're saving £6.99 because you're getting half a metre of fabric free in here. But also the good news is that we have bundled enough fabric to make the largest size of the Park Lane dress with long sleeves. So if you want to make the 28, with long sleeves, you'll have enough fabric in this bundle. That is fantastic. Half a metre of this is free. It's a really gorgeous. Now then, composition-wise, this is all cotton. And it's like
it's cotton lawn.
Oh, a lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lawn. So it's a nice, soft, fine weight. It's not a heavy weight. That's lovely. And so many gorgeous colours. Navy background, not black. Don't know how it looks on your screen, but it's a nice inky navy background. And then lovely pops of lilacs, purples, little bit of teal and pink, little bit of orange just for pizzazz.
And no need to pattern match. I mean, I think you go cross-eyed if you try to pattern match.
You really would. Patrick would probably still expect this to be pattern matched.
But you know what Esme said in the last series, or the most recent series, that she's not one for pattern matching.
Neither am I.
But yet I had to do pattern match pockets on my shirt the previous
And
series.
it's really interesting, Mark, because soon after the Sewing Bee, I went to an exhibition at the V&A, and they had the most exquisite, and they were court dresses from the 17th and 18th century. These, I mean, exquisite hand block, very much like the Tilda Windy Days, block printed, like chintz fabrics, and with a bodice, like a stomacher, with a seam down the middle, and the pattern wasn't matched.
No.
The pattern wasn't matched, and I wanted to take a picture of it and send it to Patrick. It's like, they wore this in the palace. This is the most exquisite tailoring. And because you didn't, did you? Because fabric was such a scarce and rare and expensive commodity that you didn't waste bits of fabric by. A stomacher is a fabric covered, is often quite a hard board. You see it on old dresses. Was it this triangular? Like a triangle that literally was put onto the stomach and then laced over, and it flattened, and it was, you could literally knock on it like a piece of wood.
There's a really interesting programme, A Stitch in Time, on BBC4. Occasionally it pops around. Did you watch it?
Oh, with the lady that wears the really bright tights and she's got red hair.
His name's now completely gone out of my head.
Poppy.
It'll come back to me.
It's Poppy somebody, isn't it?
Is it? I don't think. Anyway, but she was talking about exactly this, and these people had these massive velvet or wool dresses, and they would cut them out. They wouldn't waste any fabric, and they would have seams that we wouldn't dream of putting seams in because they wouldn't waste any of the fabric.
No, even for somebody who was loaded.
They wouldn't waste it.
They wouldn't waste it. They wouldn't waste it. Like, I'm not wasting that. No, just put a seam in it. That's how you stay loaded. I got that advice from John Scott. I'm kidding. Now then, what bundle should we look at next? Yes, this is very smart. This is great. I love this fabric. If nothing else, for the name, it's called Beyonce. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Monocheck crepe.
Oh, okay.
But its actual name is Beyonce, which I just think is fabulous.
His name was Beyonce, and I checked with an expert, and they didn't know why it's called Beyonce.
No.
I thought, did she
Morning, Clive, by the way.
Yeah, did she wear Glen check? Did she wear lots of black
and white? Gorgeous that, though, isn't it? Really smart. Great for autumn, winter. Very
much so.
That would be great. The dress would look amazing done in this, and then with a nice knee-high black boot. Am I right? And something like a nice wide-brimmed black felt hat.
A nice expensive one. A nice expensive one.
Nice expensive everything. Beautiful. Now that's a crepe. You're getting 4 meters, which, Mark, I'm assuming as well is going to, for most sizes, is going to give us options for pattern matching.
I think so. I was looking at in the booklet. I mean, I've only got the 8 to 20, so I don't have the figures for 28. But even the most you'll need for a 20 in a 44-inch wide fabric is 2.5 meters, and that is for a long sleeve. Oh, hang a minute. No, scrub everything I've just said.
Okay.
I was looking at the wrong thing. 3 5/8 will make the long sleeve dress in a 44-inch wide fabric. Or if you're talking a 60-inch wide, it's 2.5 meters. So if it's, I think these are all pretty wide from what I can remember.
Yes.
So 2.5 will do a 20. So a 28 you should be
absolutely
fine.
Great. Well, you have got enough fabric here to make the largest size with long sleeves. It is a gorgeous fabric, and Mark's going to be demoing with this, so it'd be really cool to see how different the dress looks using that fabric. It's polyester. Yeah, smashing. Okay. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, that's really nice. I like that. Now, this is again a crepe. It's got a really nice texture to this. It's very soft and light. This would be beautiful for a winter wedding.
Winter wedding.
A winter wedding. Well, the thing is, Mark, there's so many. I mean, we were out last weekend on Saturday and we saw 5 weddings driving to the farm, which is 18 miles. We went past 5 churches and every one of them had a wedding going on. And everyone was really dressed up and lots of hats, lots of fascinators. I mean, this for a wedding with something like a bright lilac fascinator or hat, or a pink or a gold. I mean, you could pick out any of those colours. That would look beautiful.
I think so. Is there a rush on weddings then?
Well, there is, because of course a lot of people weren't able to get married during lockdown. And now that everything's kind of opened back up and you can get sort of full numbers, people that wouldn't have considered a winter wedding are now having their wedding in the winter, but still want that summer wedding that they'd always planned. So the same kind of, posh frocks and big hats and So I mean, I think wedding venues are absolutely crackers at the moment. And of course, a lot of fashion companies are really struggling to import their garments. So a lot of the stores haven't got their winter ranges in, or have only got partial ranges. There's never been a better time to make your own clothes, frankly.
Well, I do very little clothes shopping now. Because I make nearly everything I wear, yeah.
You turned into Anne Rowley. Anne Rowley told me that she had made everything she wore, everything apart from T-shirts and underwear, because it was
exactly
boring.
the same.
Because they were boring to make, not because she couldn't, of course, but because it was boring.
Yeah, I don't make T-shirts, and I spent 2 hours making a T-shirt. I thought, well, that's a waste of my time, isn't it? Look at it. I could just go and buy one. Oh,
yes.
and underwear. And so I buy those. But
Although a lot of people have got into making underwear and bras and things like that, and I think that's the Sewing Bee, because the Sewing Bee has featured underwear and bras a number of times now, and I think a lot of dressmakers are just intrigued by the process and think, why not? Let's give it a go.
Liz, who's in my year on Sewing Bee, she makes all of it. She hasn't got any bought underwear and bras now. She's made all of them.
Amazing.
And I think she just started by unpicking one of her bras that had worn out but was a favourite.
Well, we've all done that on a rainy day, haven't we? Unpicked a bra.
And made a pattern, knocked one up, and she thought, well, that wasn't as difficult. Knocked one up, yeah. What's that made you go?
Gorgeous! Gorgeous. Just going to knock up a bra, everyone. Oh, can we do another fabric bundle, please?
Well, it might be raining this afternoon. You might have time to
Oh, now this is a favourite. This is a favourite. I love that. That is stunning. Again, I'm thinking winter wedding. It's a viscose, 4 meters for $55.93. Now remember, that will make up to the size 28. Glorious big floral, this, and the colours are stunning against that black background. Again, I'm thinking winter wedding. This is a really smart fabric. Beautiful drape on it as well. And we want drape in this fabric, in this pattern, don't we, Mark?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because the skirt's nice, and it's got a nice generous skirt to it.
Nice and full. And then you've got some bust pleats, am I right, gathers?
They're gathers, yeah. There's no darts in this.
No darts.
There is in the blouse option, but we're not making the blouse today.
No, so the blouse, has that got princess darts? I'm only showing off now. They're probably not.
Oh, no,
No?
well, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it, to be
Okay.
honest. I can have a quick look. You mean they're cut out or they're not cut out, I don't think.
Okay.
No.
I don't even know what I just said.
Well, some darts you cut, the last dress I did, which was a Sussex seamstress, you cut the darts out, you cut into it, and then you made the darts. So you do get that raw edge, but you can do French seams if you're feeling very clever on those. Otherwise, you just don't cut them out, and then you don't get the raw edge.
Understood. Oh. This is 100% viscose. This is amazing. Now, I worked with somebody some years ago. She was the deputy head in my school, Jo, and this would have suited her style
Were you a
down
teacher?
to the ground. I was a primary school teacher for many years,
No.
Mark. Didn't you know that? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 3 to 11-year-olds. I loved it.
Did you?
I did. I did.
They moved all the teachers around every year when I was at primary school.
You what, sorry?
They moved them around every year.
The teachers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
you
mean-
wouldn't do reception every year. You'd do reception one year and
Oh,
class
see,
4
reception
the
and
next.
nursery are quite specialist. Most teachers won't go anywhere near reception and nursery. Frightened of them, but I loved it. I actually trained as a junior school teacher, just Key Stage 2.
Oh, okay.
But then I was asked to take Year 1, and I thought, well, why not? Give it a go. And I was working with a very experienced Year 1 teacher. But this is absolutely beautiful. You've got a beautiful kind of really deep charcoal grey and black, and then a couple of different orangey shades, but they're quite subtle, kind of almost like a burnt orange. And then this more kind of taupe background. That is really lovely. The Serpent. Yes, that was a great series. Yes. Yes. It is a glamorous, glamorous fabric, this, isn't it? It's a little bit Valley of the Dolls, but I like it. It's very, very soft and drapey.
Valley of the Dolls? What's
Valley of the Dolls. It was a book made into a film.
Oh.
But sort of, you know, that kind of bit 70s vibe, bit kaftan vibe.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it looks so smart. It would really suit the style of dress as well. Because there isn't a lot of shaping, is there? So you wouldn't sort of cut into or damage. Look how I've just folded that up. That's great, isn't it? Last one, and then I'm handing over to Mark for the rest of the hour. And we're going over as well, aren't we? So you'll be here till 12 o'clock, Mark.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, are they colour lilies? Yes. Yes, they are. But red. That's stunning. Do love a red, white and blue print. Always looks chic, doesn't it? Always looks smart. And again, would suit the style of dress really well. This is a, oh gosh, now then, Sherman. Is that the fabric? Okay.
I've
It's a
not heard of
digital
that one.
print. No, neither have I. But it's a viscose.
Shiramen. Chiramen?
Sorry, polyester.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's got a lovely drape to it, very soft. This would be very nice, I think, to make a little scarf as well. Silk crepe. It's known as silk crepe, Sherman. I never knew that. I feel like there's a synergy between this fabric and what I'm wearing, actually. Do you know what I mean with the poppy?
Yeah.
And sort of
It's bold and...
feeling that. It is bold. It would make a really lovely scarf as well. You could make a matching scarf to go with your couldn't you? Or actually that dress would look really nice with like a tie neckline. Do you know what I mean? Sort of almost like a scarf that was sewn around the neckline that you then tied at one side.
Yes.
That would look rather nice. Or a shawl collar. If you were good at the hacks, could you add a different collar to the dress?
Absolutely. I mean, adding a built-in scarf is actually not terribly difficult. So you're making a long, thin rectangle, maybe with angled ends to
Yes.
it, but you leave one side of it open, the length of your the collar.
Yeah.
And then just
Slot it in
attach it. You
and then
could just,
top stitch.
yeah, you could just top stitch it.
Clever. See, it's these little hacks, and because you're getting 4 meters of fabric in each bundle, unless you're making the largest size, the 28th, you will have a bit of fabric left over, where you could experiment with that, maybe try a different collar treatment, do a little bit of experiment. You never know till you try, do you?
There's an Instagram post I saw of someone making shirts or shirt blouses out of lots of different fabrics. So the fronts and the sleeves and the back was split in half and the collar. It was all within a kind of, not even within a colour palette, but maybe within a theme.
Wow.
Like different paisleys, all just jammed together. And it works so well. Look at you folding up.
I know. It's absolutely huge. I mean, isn't that stunning? It's really beautiful.
And it's all dragging on the floor because you're in
it. It really is. I want a full-length kimono in that. Drape me.
A moo-moo.
That's gorgeous. Love it. Right, so they are our 6 options in Fabric Bundle. Don't forget, they all kind of rest on that gorgeous pattern from Nina Lee that comes in 2 sizes. You just need to choose between the 16 to 28, which is our largest size ranges, or our 6 to 20. Now, at the moment, the details are the 6 to 20. And those are your actual measurements and your fabric requirements. Your bundle, remember, has 4 meters, but you could always choose some fabrics from the website. Do your own mashup. So that's the smaller sizes. And then the second pattern is 16 to 28. Remember, if you're sort of in between those sizes or sort of, 14, 16-ish, then go for the larger because you can always trim it down a little bit. And those are the different sizes that are included and the actual measurements, bust, waist, hip. Now then, Mark, it's time for us to see what you can do.
Should we do some sewing?
Do it.
Let's do some sewing.
Do it.
So I'm going to start by looking at the back of the dress. So if you're able to turn it round, Stuart, the little mannequin, not yourself. There's a nice little opening detail at the back there. You're modelling that very well. It's like it's on Sale of the Century. Oh, there we go. There's a picture there as well. When they're zooming in on Stuart. There we go.
There it is.
And there's a little rouleau loop at the top, and it's just top stitch to hold it all in place. So we'll have a look at that. So when you open it up, you shouldn't see the raw edges inside. That's a button I freed from the bank.
Oh, did you liberate it from the bank? Did you steal it from a bank?
Well, banks change their uniforms every 2 or 3 years, and
Right.
it would quite often just get ragged.
Right.
Once they did a scheme to send them off to a developing country for people to have job interviews in them. But
Okay.
I thought, I've worn this suit for 3 years. I don't know whether anyone's going to want to wear it again. So I'd sit there if they were being ragged, taking all the buttons off.
Of course.
And all the waistcoat buckles and all that kind of stuff.
Mark, now you're on the telly, you could probably sell anything you wear and people would want to buy it.
I know, but I think I use them on quite a lot. Anyway, so what I've started with are the back pieces, and I've just folded over. It's about 1/2 centimetre, or exactly 1/2 centimetre. Now with the crepe, just watch, because it is polyester, it does have this kind of, I don't know what it is on the back, it's some kind of smoothness. So I'm not quite sure what it is, but just be careful on your iron on that. You don't want it to stick to your iron.
What sort of iron spot do you use? Is it like just a cool?
Well,
Just
I'm
one
using one of
spot.
these little jobs. I just got that on 2 on there.
Okay, fair enough.
A bit of steam might be nice, or an ironing. Oh, I thought something went pop then.
I've exploded. It had to happen eventually.
Or an ironing cloth is good, but if you do get sticky stuff, you can get stuff to get off. Fleasoline do a sticky stuff remover for
Okay,
irons.
that's worth remembering.
I haven't had to use it.
Obviously.
So it can be tricky starting off on these little small seams on the sewing machines. It can get pushed down the hole if you're not careful. Why is this going so slowly? Some machines do come with extra throat plates just for straight stitches.
They do.
With a smaller opening, and it can just stop the fabric being pushed down.
Do you like using a straight stitch plate?
No, I don't, because I forget it's on, and then I try and do a zigzag, and it doesn't like it. So
Now you see the Elna 680 I don't know if the 5/8 is the same, plus has it now that when you change to the straight stitch plate, the machine knows you've got that plate on, and you can only choose stitches which are compatible with the straight stitch plate. Yes, it's absolutely brilliant. It's really clever.
So I've just done one side. I'm just doing it as close to the edge as you can, hopefully getting a nice straight stitch. I've just used a white thread on.
So is that the back opening of the dress?
That's the back opening. I mean, you could flip it round, I suppose, and do one at the front, I suppose, if you wanted.
Okay,
If you want a little opening at the front.
Yeah.
The front is in one piece, though, so you just need to make allowances on the seam allowance if that's what you wanted to do. So let's just zip up the other side.
Now remember that there are various different options with your Park Lane dress and blouse. You can have a 3/4 sleeve, you can have a short sleeve. They're both gathered, they're both quite full. You can have collarless, you can have with a little stand-up collar, which is very cute. I've got a question from Nicola. Question. Hi Stuart and Mark. I'm just thinking Beyonce. Question. Hi Stuart and Mark. Does this pattern have a zip? Also, can I use jersey for this dress? Love you both. Nikki. Nikki, we love you too. Thank you. It's always lovely when people say
Nikki
like
from
that.
Hampshire.
Thank you, Nikki.
Hurricanes in Hampshire.
Oh gosh, are there?
No, they hardly ever have.
Oh, of course, sorry. I'm so slow, honestly. Does this pattern have a zip, Mark?
No.
No.
No zips. Raise the flags and touch a forelock.
Yeah.
There are no zips.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about. There is a zip.
There is a zip. You see, that's why you tune into Sewing Street. We have all the most knowledgeable guests.
There is a zip. I do apologise.
There is a zip, Nikki.
Yes,
sorry.
there is a zip. However, there are things you can
lower the flags.
Yes, no flags. Sorry, that was
premature.
a bit premature.
It's premature.
There is a zip. It's on the side.
I shall show you. Ooh.
That's probably the best thing to do, isn't it?
There we go. If I just...
It's on the side.
Lift your arm up, love. There we go. Arm goes up. And there's the... So it's an invisible zip.
It is an invisible zip. If you don't like invisibles, you could swap it out and put a nice clanky zip, but then it's on the side. It may not look very good there. But you could move the zip, if you wanted, to the back seam where we're now putting in this little opening.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you couldn't do that. Or if you fancied having something else, you could hack it and
could.
have it so it opens up all down the front with buttons. That might be fun.
Ooh, yeah. Now, Nikki's other question, part of the question was, could you use jersey for this dress? Could you use a fabric with stretch?
I don't see why not.
Not too much. A little bit of stretch.
Some fabrics do come with a little bit of stretch.
See, I think if you used a jersey, you wouldn't have to put the zip in.
That's very true. It just goes straight over your head.
Yeah, because there is that opening at the back neck. So I reckon if you used a light jersey, you could. Just my opinion.
I think, I'd agree with you there, because I tried putting a zip into jersey once.
Not funny.
No.
Was it really ripply?
Well, it's when I was practicing for my the tennis outfit we had to do on Sewing Bee,
Right.
and I picked a vintage pattern that did have a 1970s kind of stretchy thing of fabric we don't use anymore.
70s.
I know. I can't think what it was. It's something you don't get now, and it said a zip because it wasn't as stretchy as the jerseys are these days. And I tried this. It was just horrible.
Hideous.
Yes. So I did. Then I thought, what am I talking about? I'm making it in lycra.
Right.
I don't need a zip.
No, of course not.
So I didn't do one.
Mark, Dawn's asked, if this is viscose, is there a special needle required for viscose?
Yeah, you can swap it out for a. Now, what's the word I'm looking for? For a microtex needle.
Yeah, like a super sharp microtex.
Yeah, because sometimes you find if you do it with the universal, it can kind of pull on the threads and it sort of twists them, and you get little white patches where you got the. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. It had exactly the same thing with digital print fabric. You need microtex needles for that too. So a microtex needle would be perfect. Dawn says you two would be perfect dinner guests if you You had me at dinner.
Is that an invitation?
Yeah, you need to work together more. Love the pattern and fabrics. They are gorgeous patterns, aren't they? Gorgeous patterns, gorgeous fabrics. I still think this one's my favourite.
I quite like the 70s kind of inspired one.
That is absolutely fab. That's this one here.
I could quite happily make a man blouse out of that.
Oh, yeah. You would rock that with a twilly. Thank you.
Well, I quite want to do one that's got a built-in twilly.
Built-in twilly.
A built-in twilly. So shall we go back to the plot?
Yeah, but let me just tell you this.
Okay.
Adele's just picking up on your, I never knew I was 6 foot until I was 41. Adele says, good morning, Stuart and Mark. I always thought I was 5'2" until my hubby measured me and I'm not even 5 foot. That's just rude. How dare he?
Well, it must be the tape measure.
Absolutely.
My mother still used to measure. You know, when you're kids, you stand against the door frame and they scratch it off with a biro.
Yes.
Well, we did that as kids, and then when we moved house, they started a new one. I mean, I was 16 by that point, and I didn't leave home until I was 30, and she'd still stand me in the doorway and bash me on the head with a tissue box, which she would use to measure me with. So I still had my height measurements till I was 30. So
no
between
words,
30
Mark.
and 41, I've
There
grown.
are no words. Bash you on the head with a tissue box. You heard it here first, folks.
That's an exclusive Sewing Street story.
Yes,
I don't think
no,
I've
I
said
mean-
that. I didn't even mention that story on the Sewing Bee.
They wouldn't have shown it if you had, Mark, I'm
Well,
sure.
I gave my story about using Auntie Irina's bed sheets for all sorts of stuff.
I remember that.
And well, I said
Do
it
I remember
5
that?
times.
No.
I had to go through that story on different occasions in the sewing room and vox pops and all sorts of stuff. It didn't go in. You wouldn't believe it. Anyway, that's editing for you, isn't it?
It really is.
There must be something more interesting to show. So what I've done now, I've just sewn up the back, a centimetre seam allowance, because we've already taken ½ centimetre on folding back the raw edges. So you now sew it up a centimetre, but just leave it open at the top there.
So that's the 2 back pieces. You'd already folded and sewn that ½ centimetre.
I have, yes. You can just about, I don't know whether you'll pick it up, but if the camera's
can see that.
feeling like it wants to zoom in, you can just about see the white stitching where I folded it back earlier. So what we can do now, if you wanted to, which just neats it up, is just top stitch. So if I just flip that over, you can just top stitch down, along and back up, and that will just strengthen the whole lot.
Yeah. Stitch length for top stitching, Mark?
You can go a bit shorter, really, if you wanted to.
Okay.
It depends what you wanted. You could do something decorative. I tend to stick to the usual 2.4.
Okay,
Which is what my machine likes.
Yes.
So
Clive's got in. Can I get an invite for dinner too? No, Clive.
he's
He
sniffed
said
food.
2. Said the 2 of us.
Just the 2 of us.
Just the
So
2
let's
of us.
just stitch around this top part. Why do you do a different stitch length for top stitching?
I
then?
do longer.
Do you?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
I construct with 2.4 and I top stitch with 3.5.
I've never tried that.
Oh, top stitching looks much nicer if you go longer.
Oh.
I think anyway.
Well, I'll try longer
Perhaps
next.
it's just personal preference.
I'll try longer next time. Why is this keep on threading itself today? This is irritating me now.
Honestly, sewing machines with a mind of their own.
I know. Luckily, this one is nice and quick to thread up. So I can just push the plunger down. Maybe I won't top stitch that right now. So anyway, you know how to top stitch. Don't be frightened of top stitching.
Don't be afraid of top stitching.
Now, I haven't pattern matched this particularly, this fabric. We were talking about this before we came on, weren't we? But what I have done is just balanced it. So I do have the checks going across the fabric there, but it's not necessarily balanced on either side.
No.
It is down to personal preference as
I
to
totally agree.
what you like to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
And you can twist them round, do them different directions. That might be quite fun as well.
Oh, it would. And I do love a check on the bias.
Yes, that's
But I
quite
wouldn't
nice.
do that.
No. Well, it depends on the fabric, doesn't it? Because it is going to cause you other issues on the bias.
Well, on a skirt, it's lovely because the drape is fabulous, isn't it, when you do it on the bias? But
it is.
Yeah. Well, that looks cool. So what comes next?
Let's move on to the front. So we're going to now gather these little parts just under the bust, about there. So I realise I've not notched my pieces. I'm just going to find the pattern piece.
Okay.
I normally put little notches just to remind myself where I need to put the gathers. So it'll be here. So that's the
So
skirt.
the bottom of it's shaped, yeah.
It is slightly shaped. There is a bit of a curve to it. I had this before I came out here. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I made as much mess as you have now.
Do you know, I'm in one of those moods today, Mark. I'm not folding anything nicely. I'm just throwing into piles.
Well, that's what we have an extensive production team
That's
here for,
true.
isn't it?
Yes. A member of staff for literally for everything. Can
So
I just mention as well, I just want to say a thank you to Carrie for crocheting me my poppy. It arrived yesterday, just in time. Isn't it lush? Thank you, Carrie.
And they're quite popular. I've seen, there's a lady on Midlands Today, other news channels are available, who's been wearing knitted poppies.
Oh, my local church has got them all along the front railing.
Oh, have they?
All knitted and crocheted, all on the railing, and they're all different shades of red, and they look spectacular, and they're so poignant when you see them all en masse. It really makes you think about what the poppy represents. Yeah, beautiful. And it's lovely to see communities get together for events like that.
Absolutely.
Now, Mark, it looks like you're going to be gathering by machine.
Yes, do you not gather by machine?
Well, I'm intrigued to see.
It's only a tiny gather. So you do normally put 2 rows of gathering stitching in. I'm just going to do 1 because it's just a small amount. So crank up your machine.
When you say crank up your machine, what do you mean?
Crank up your machine to the long stitch length.
Longest stitch length, okay.
So mine's a 5, depends what your machine does. And you will find that it will want to naturally kind of gather up anyway.
I see that.
It is inclined to do so. And just leave the long threads. Don't use the cutter. And then we'll just do the other side as well.
So you want to leave bobbin and top threads?
We do, yeah. Normally, if you use the cutter on your machine like I inclined to, then it cuts everything off really short. That's not going to help you in this case.
Right.
So, and do it within the seam allowance. There we go. And needle up.
Love that chunky ring, Mark, by the way.
Which one?
The chunky one on your left hand.
I had to take these off for an MRI scan recently, and you know you never take. I don't take them off. So they say, "Oh, you've got to take your jewellery off." And I was there in a hot hospital corridor, with no apparatus to help me.
What apparatus do you generally need to remove rings?
Like
a monkey wrench.
I think it
or
might
Clive.
I think it
Take
might
my
have been,
rings off. Take them off.
I think a monkey wrench might have been helpful.
Do you have like an assistant who has a bowl under each, like Queen Elizabeth I?
Or like Mariah Carey?
Yes, I'm sure.
Now I couldn't get one of them off. It had to stay on. They said, "Oh, it's okay." So it's like, well, what I'd struggle taking the other 3 off for then, if it's okay.
So when you do the long stitch length, it naturally wants to gather up.
It does naturally want to gather up. So just grab the thread. Usually the one behind is the best one to go for. Yep. And just, you're not gathering it very much.
No.
So only a tiny amount.
Is there a specified amount on the pattern or is it just to fit?
Well, I do it to fit. I don't know whether the instructions did a specified amount. I tend to skim over some instruction. Do you know what I mean?
Do you, Mark?
Because you think, oh, I know how to do that, so I just go in and do it, and I don't read the instructions. And sometimes you think, oh no.
I think viewers, half of you will be going,
I know,
and half of you will be nodding vigorously, saying, I do the same.
So you get.
We're about 50-50, aren't we?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, there is a curve. You were saying earlier, there is a slight curve. So to the dress piece, there's a slight curve. To the bodice, there is a slight. It's a bit more prominent on the pattern piece. Actually, you can really see it does.
You can.
It does have a curve there. So what I'm going to do is just fit it. So you can see I need to come in a little bit more, I think.
Yes.
So.
And again, that's where if you're not that keen on pattern matching, this is somewhere where pattern matching is important. So you've got that centre line, those centre motifs that are going to match up. The rest of it, well,
it won't. Yeah,
it won't
and
necessarily.
I think as long as you get it the pattern in the centre and the check goes all the way round,
yes,
then anything else is a bonus.
Absolutely,
frankly.
just keep moving.
Yes.
That fabric, that gorgeous fabric, by the way, that Mark's using, is available in a bundle of 4 meters.
Is it?
It's a delicious black and white check. I don't know if that check has a particular name.
Well, I call it Glen check.
Glen
I
check.
think it's Glen check, but
We've called it mono. Mono check.
that's it.
We just renamed a traditional fabric. Well, we call it this.
Or it's or it could be a Prince of Wales check.
I thought it was a Prince of Wales check.
I think they're quite similar, are they? Someone will tell us, won't they?
hope so.
Someone in the know.
I hope so. Email in if you know. But that is available anyway for $55.93. You're getting 4 meters. It's a crepe. And you've got enough there to make the largest size, and in the largest pattern that's a 28, so plenty of fabric there and plenty for smaller sizes to do that all important, well, even for the larger size, to do the important pattern matching like down the centre. In terms of other pattern matching, neither of us are really huge on pattern matching, are we?
Not particularly. I think pattern balance is more important than pattern matching.
Agreed.
I
yes.
think.
It's about getting the look you want. Amanda's messaged in, morning lovelies.
Not Amanda.
Amanda, morning lovelies.
Hello.
I'm full of cold and you two are just perfect to watch. Nice and calm with a bit of sass. I'm hoping I haven't missed the shirt demo and would love to make a waistcoat for my son. Has there ever been a waistcoat demo? Also, the quilt behind, I love. What are the details for that, please? Full of questions as well as cold. Much love from Little Miss Sniffles. Oh, Little Miss S. Amanda, I'm sorry you're feeling a bit grotty and grim. Fluids, lots of fluids, clear fluids.
We're a healthcare channel now.
I'm just channeling my mum. Just channeling my mum.
Ah, Mummy Hillard.
But I hope you feel better soon. Yes, Mummy Hillard. Now then, the quilt that's hanging behind Mark is made from Tilda Windy Days. We have the Tilda Windy Days fabric on the website. $6.99 for a half metre. Absolutely beautiful. It's 20 different fabrics in the range, plus 7 coordinates, which are gorgeous. They're still available, so have a look on the website. The pattern for the quilt I actually demoed in the first hour, so if you have a little look on Watch Again, you can. Now then, have we ever had a waistcoat demo, Mark?
We have, yes.
Yes.
There have been at least 2. I know I've done at least one of them. I don't know whether Clive's done another one, perhaps. There will be on the website, and on YouTube rather.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure if you typed into the Sewing Street one waistcoat, it'll come up.
That's exactly right. That's exactly it. Yes, you would.
There is a
That's all you
waistcoat
need to do.
in the book as well. That we haven't got around just at the moment.
Now that book we're looking at 11 o'clock.
At 11 there's a waistcoat
Yes, so we have
pattern in
got
there
a
as well.
book that's got a waistcoat in. I've made a few waistcoats actually, Amanda, and they are really fun to make.
I like making waistcoats.
There's a weirdness to them, isn't there?
Which way do you turn
Putting them
yours through?
together.
Through the side seams?
Yes.
You do, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I know it's managed to do it another way. I was doing a waistcoat upcycling course for the Leicestershire Craft Centre with Catherine, and it wasn't my own pattern, it was someone else's, but their method was to turn it through the bottom, which meant you closing up the shoulders, which is always a bit of an odd place to do it, I think, because it's a bit small and fiddly, isn't it? You've got a bit more elbow room in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down the side seams.
But they are a cool thing to make, and there are some lovely waistcoat patterns out there too. As I say, there's one in the book that we're featuring at 11, so stick around. I suspect you're going to be on the sofa of illness for the rest of the day. Cuddle down under a quilt.
Is this a different sofa to usual? The sofa of illness.
My friend Sally had a sofa of illness that when she was poorly for actually quite a few weeks, and when she got better she had to get rid of the sofa because she couldn't bear to look at it anymore because she just associated it with lying on it being poorly. But anyway, have a day on the sofa and just keep watching us.
repeats of the sewing bee.
Quite.
Yeah.
If
Actually,
anything's
this
going to make you get up off the sofa, it'll be that.
This waistcoat came from one of the patterns I demoed on Sewing Street.
Did you? You're sucking in there, aren't you? Goodness me.
Have to.
Don't forget to breathe out. Love the lining. Just turn around the back
do you like
rather. Look at that.
We've had this here on Sewing Street. It's just an offcut from here.
If I could whistle.
Can you not whistle?
Not really. I haven't got the puff.
That's not what I've heard. Right, shall we move on quickly? So I've pinned the top of the blouse to the skirt section. So the skirt at the front is in one piece, the skirt at the back is in two pieces.
Okay, why?
I don't know. I think you could eliminate that back seam if you wanted, if your fabric will allow you to do so.
Could you put a split in the back? Little kick?
Well, that's it. It's ideal. The opening we've just done at the back, you could continue that all the way down, or use that to build a placket and have it buttoned up all down the back, or zip all down the back, or Velcro, or hooks and eyes.
It's a dress to hack, isn't it?
I think so, yeah, absolutely.
Lots of opportunities there.
So I've put, if you remember, we put some pleats in under the bust, or at least they hopefully will be under your bust. If not, you might want to put them wherever your bust is. And so I just pinned it in the middle and at either end, and then just gather it. Stop giggling.
I'm not giggling.
And then just pin it at either end and in the middle, and then you fit the rest in. So let's just run that under the machine.
Run that under. Could you stay all morning, please, Mark?
I've got nothing else to do.
Oh, God.
Is the lunch provided? When does the lunch trolley come round?
I'll get you lunch.
When does the trolley come round with the eclairs on it?
Don't you worry about that, Mark. We've got that covered. Did Deliveroo do eclairs? I think I might have got a custard slice once with Uber Eats.
Oh, and you know what? Change the so
yeah, don't gather that, Mark. You want to put your stitch length down. Don't forget, eh?
Yeah, put your stitch length back.
Oh, we've all done that, though, haven't we?
No, I've just done it now. It'll be fine, though.
Of course it will.
Now we need to go to Wendy Orlando speed now, don't we?
We do. Well, stick around for a bit, because I'd love your opinion on the Adjustoform mannequins that we've got. We've got those coming up in the next hour. I've got them right behind me, actually. And they are an absolute boon if you're dressmaking for yourself, because one of the things which is, well, nigh on impossible to do on yourself, but easy to do on someone else, is to have them put the garment on midway through and make little adjustments to get it to fit. Can't really do that on yourself, can you? So having a mannequin is...
It's very difficult, and I've been taking on some commissions for trousers lately, which involves, in these ones, because they're high-waisted, measuring your inside and outside leg, but doing it on yourself is, and I have to say, you need to get a friend to help you.
Yes, a trusted friend.
Yes, who knows how to operate a tape measure.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. But I'll be going through those Adjustoform mannequins in the next hour, so stick around. We're going to run over, actually, with Mark, because we're loving his demo.
Well, I'll try my best. And if not, it's too bad.
Well, I think the producer might want to wear the dress for afternoon tea today, so if you could get it finished, that would be nice.
Oh, are we off to Sketch, are we?
Yeah. What's Sketch?
Not been to Sketch?
No.
You'll love it. It's in London. It's got an afternoon tea in there. They call it, it has a name. It's very 1920s with velvet chairs, high ceilings. It literally has sketches all around the wall, and it's the most cake you'll ever have in your life. I mean, it's not cheap, but it's down.
Taxi.
It's Conduit Street, so it's it's down there.
Yeah.
It also has a Michelin star. I don't know why I'm talking about
Wow.
this. Michelin star restaurant there, and you can have like alcoholic drinks and just cakes in the front bar and things
I think
like
afternoon tea might be my favourite meal of the day.
that. I think so as well.
I say that like I have it every single day. Actually, this dress would be very nice as a tea dress, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you see, if I'd known about this when I was doing the tea dresses on Sewing Bee, then I would have chosen this one perhaps.
Yeah, it's a good one. I think it's a dress you could make lots and lots of times, actually, because depending on what fabric you use, the character changes completely. Have you put the front skirt in?
I have. So what I've got now, I've got it. That's the loose thread from my gathering. I'll snip that off. You'll just about see, hopefully, there's a little bit of gather under the equipment.
Yes.
And when you're sewing the fronts to the backs, then you'll need to leave one side open for yours if you're putting the zip down there.
So you put the front and back together before you put the zip in?
You sew it up to a point.
Yeah.
So you'll sew it on the side seam up to the bottom of the zip. You then put the zip in, then you'll close the top.
Understood.
Yes, it does have a zip, unlike
Yes.
what I declared quite boldly earlier.
Yes.
Only to realise
You had us hanging flags and all sorts.
I
Mark
did.
Francis.
I did. I do like a dress that doesn't have a zip.
Well, yes, and I think they are quite popular, aren't they? But actually, there's no reason to be afraid of zips.
If you are putting a zip in, what will help enormously is to pop a bit of interfacing where the zip is going to be sewn in. Particularly if you're using lightweight fabric or fabric that this is cut slightly on the bias on the skirt sections, and that can cause the fabric to kind of wriggle about a little bit. So
what would you do? Put like about a 2-inch strip down each side?
You don't need very much, or just even 1 inch. It doesn't need very much at all. Just a strip that will it'll secure the zip onto the dress anyway, and it'll stop it from stretching out of shape, because it's very easy to pull it. You end up with lots of little gathers where the fabric stretches slightly.
I think Lisaline do like a seam interfacing, don't they?
They do everything.
Like a narrow
Yeah.
for interfacing seams with.
Or if not, I think there is some interfacing there. I mean, that's just a very lightweight one that's there. Or you could use the hemline, which we do have on Sewing Street as well usually. The medium weight hemline would do the job as well. And just cut a little strip off, secure it properly. And when you're putting interfacing on, you use an ironing cloth, particularly if you're using this crepe, because it's polyester, and just make sure you press it down for the 8 to 10 seconds that it asks. Do be patient with that. Julie said, and this is a very good point, Julie, I think it'd be good to demo cutting out a pattern that you have to pattern match. I think that's a great suggestion. Next time you come on, Mark, would you show us that, please? Yeah, we could do that. I always come with it cut out ready to sew, so we've never done that, I don't think.
And the same with patchwork. I think we tend to assume that the cutting out is something, we'll just do this in advance, but cutting out is an important skill, isn't it?
It is, and the trousers I was mentioning earlier, I was taking commissions for, or have been, they're all check trousers, so I've got to match it to either side, to the backs, on the facings on the pocket. It's all got to be matched up.
Oh. Will you show us something else, Mark? Do you have
Absolutely, yeah. So there is
5 more minutes.
I did the facing on this. So this is what you get with a facing.
Yeah.
This bit, and it will sit like that. Now, are you bored?
No, not at all.
That goes at the front, this piece here. Just raise that up for you. There we go. And then they've got these two bits are going around the back, and that is where your opening will go. So do get them the right way around. If you put it like that, it's not going to work. So it does have to be like that. Now you can see I haven't pattern matched those at all. I don't think it matters too much on a facing, unless you want to be really pedantic about it.
Fair enough.
It's down to you entirely. The curved ones, not so much, but the front ones, you could match those up. So what you're going to do is just pop that together.
And are those interfaced, not interfaced?
These are interfaced,
They are.
yes.
So yours already interfaced?
I have already interfaced it, yes. You can't tell on this fabric because it's the same colour as the backing.
And a soft light interfacing is perfect for that. We've got interfacing on the show. You only need a little pack, don't you? Just a little lightweight
You won't need
pack.
much. You'll need it for the facings, and if you're putting some down where the zip goes as well. And that's all you'll need. So you may have some in your stash already, of course, but it's always good to top up on a bit of interfacing.
For $2.99, I wouldn't not put it in, really. Oh, double negatives, don't you hate them? $2.99 for that. It's Lisaline Soft and Light H180 interfacing.
And that is a bit of a favourite of mine, the H180.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's if you're doing, I mean, we'll talk about interfacing again in the next hour with the shirts, because if you're doing a stiffer, more formal shirt, you need something different to the H180. But for lighter weight fabrics, for casual shirts, just for those little bits and pieces like this, need just a tiny bit more support, but nothing too stiff or rigid. Then it
makes all the difference, doesn't it, to the finished garment?
Absolutely, it can really sort of almost make or break it really. Because I did a coat once, and I thought it's just really lightweight, just a casual coat. I didn't bother putting any in, and now the collar at the top just kind of drops all the time.
Is that like a bit of old rag?
Is it what?
Like a bit of old rag?
No, I made a sleeved cape coat for myself, and I made one for Clive because he didn't like my coat, but liked it enough to want his own. So I had to make him one. And then I thought, I'm going to make a summer weight version. But I didn't put any interfacing in it, and now I regret it.
Oh.
And then when you can...
Don't live with regret, Mark. It's not worth it.
Well, I know, but you put it on and you think,
I know
what you
mean. You can't go backwards.
No,
really?
but especially once the buttonholes are in, that's it. It's fixed.
Yeah, you've made your choice.
I have. I've made my coat and I've got to wear it.
Yeah, you got to lie in that, haven't you?
And just open your seams. Going back to this facing momentarily. And open the seams. There we go. And when
you wouldn't press them to one side.
No, I tend to open them.
Open them, yeah.
Because if you open them to one side, then you're going to get a bulkier bit of fabric. If it's a lightweight fabric, it wouldn't make a much difference. But if this is a tiny bit thicker than some of those, like the Rainbow Clouds one that we've got. And there's a rouleau loop as well.
Love a rouleau loop.
Yes.
Can you show us the rouleau loop? Or do you need a rouleau turner?
I haven't got the rouleau loop. Oh, what a shame.
Oh, we've got one. No, I'm joking.
There is I don't know whether I cut it out actually. I've just seen the pattern.
We had to do rouleau loops on the sewing bee, and I didn't even know what they were. I'd never even heard of them.
I hadn't done the small ones like this. I'd done bigger ones.
Yeah.
But that is the piece. If I get rid of that grubby old ironing board, that's the rouleau loop piece. It's very small, and you'll fold that right sides together and sew it.
Yeah.
About say 1/2 centimetre or so, or whatever size you want, away from the folded edge. Trim the raw edges off, and then there's like a long thin piece of wire with a little diddy hook on the end, and you whip it through.
Yeah.
And then miraculously you've got your rouleau loop.
Amazing.
I mean, if you didn't want to fight it, you could just fold it in and then in on itself and just top stitch it down.
Right, but then that would be flat, and a rouleau loop's kind of a tube, isn't it? It's supposed to be rounded. I learnt that. I pressed my rouleau loops flat. Oh my goodness me. It was like there was an earthquake.
What, from May Martin?
Paddy was not happy. Neither of them were happy. No, because I pressed my rouleau loop flat.
We had to do one at some point, and then Liz did rouleau loop straps on a dress. I think it was murderous. It really was. I don't know what possessed her, but she did them. She did them. But
well, Mark, it's been an entertaining romp, I think it's fair to say. And by the way, can I keep this shirt? No, I'm kidding.
If it's down to me, you can keep it.
I'm not kidding. It's gorgeous. I'm going to make my own. Now, let's just have a quick recap on the old patterns. To start with the smaller size, this runs from a size 6 up to a size 20. It's £11.95, and that does include a £3 saving. Now, there are all the measurements for you on the back. So pick your size. Remember, we've got fabric bundles of 4 metres of fabric, but if you want to do your own fabric bundle, then you can see exactly how much you'll need for your size. Now, our other size option for the pattern is the 16 to 28. And remember, if you're at the upper end, you're just about a 16, I would go with the larger size, Mark agrees. 16 to 28, half of the stock of these patterns has gone. Most popular size, this one. Gives you lots of different options as well, remember. You can have the long sleeve or the short sleeve blouse, the dress, the blouse, collar, no collar, and also some little hacks that we suggested that could really make this a staple in your wardrobe. We even think it's worth having a go with jersey and losing the zip, but experiment. Now then, we're going to go to a little break. Mark's going to go and put his feet up and have a chocolate eclair. The rest of us are just going to carry on.
I do have a chocolate bar with me.
Good for you, Mark. Thanks for your company the last hour, by the way.
Oh, I'll be back.
You've been a doll.
Johnson help with your Adjustoform?
Yes, please.
Shall I pop back?
Yes, please.
Well,
Mark will come back with Adjustoforms. He got to make my Adjustoform. I've no idea. Anyway, we're going to go to a little break now, but we'll see you straight afterwards. And don't go anywhere.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your App Store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello there, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it's Saturday, hurrah! Ready for the weekend. Hope you're doing well and having a great morning. Stay with us on Sewing Street this morning and also on Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock. We've got some lovely products coming up. In this hour, we're going to be looking at Adjustoform dressmaking mannequins, and also we've got a few thread packs which are absolutely beautiful. We've also got this little beauty, which is a squeeze clasp glasses case. Now it's a pattern and the squeezy top. Now I'm going to open it up because I want to show you exactly what that entails. It's such a clever little closure for a glasses case. Let me pull that out as well. So you're getting the pattern for how to make the spectacle case. Okay, so you're getting all the details there, and they're really nice detailed instructions. And then you're also getting your closure as well. And what's brilliant about these, I've used them a few times. I'm just going to pop it out the packet. Was demoed on the 6th of this month, actually. So if you want a full demo of how to install it, you can. But essentially, there we go. If I just open it out, it's this kind of effect. So you pop your glasses case open, take your specs out, and then it snaps shut. So it's really, really nice and secure. So whether it's for your precious Ray-Bans or your readers or your regular glasses or your second pair or anything else, or it might even be that you just want to create this kind of slimline case for something else, but have a nice secure top, you absolutely can. Brilliant, brilliant little bit of kit, plus that pattern that you can make many, many times. It's $12.99. It's your squeeze clasp glasses case kit. Great, lovely little Christmas gift that, with a little bit of fabric. You could even just go, it uses so little fabric, a project like this. You could even go into your scrap basket and just pull out a few favourite scraps. Or if you've gone for the Tilda Windy Days today, talk about a lovely little bonus project for using up some of your bits and bobs. Absolutely lovely. Multi-buy those as well to get more of those squeezy clasps. Could be used for inhalers, couldn't it? That's a good idea. Yeah, if you want to keep anything nice and secure. Oh, I'm going to close that down. I'm not going to be tidy, I'm just going to push it to one. Today's not a day for being tidy, is it? I think I've proven that already. We do have some little fabric bundles to go with that, but I'll show you those later. Now then, the hour is all about Adjustoform dressmaking mannequins. Now then, let's have a little look. And first of all, who needs a sewing form or dressmaker's form? Well, if you're involved in dressmaking, alterations to garments, you need a sewing form. Understanding the special requirements of sewers has helped the Adjustoform Group produce a range of products designed to suit beginners and experienced dressmakers alike. Constant research enables us to offer products with the features you've requested. A dress form will make garment making and alterations easier, more satisfying and more rewarding than you ever thought possible. It's the only way of achieving a really professional look to garments, whether you're making clothes for yourself or someone else. Now, will a dress form make sewing easier? A dress form, especially one personalised to your body measurements, helps you to check a garment's fit, including placement of darts, the neckline, buttonholes. This is absolutely key, folks. It allows you to accurately mark a hemline to see whether a garment's fabric is hanging on grain and to ensure that the seams hang straight. Apart from these more obvious benefits, obviously, dressmaking allows you to fit a paper pattern prior to cutting it from fabric. It allows you to view and fit the back of a garment. I mean, can you imagine trying to do that for yourself? A dress form provides a canvas on which to pin contrasting or coordinating fabrics as well, giving you the ability to drape fabric to create your own garment designs. In other words, a dress form is a must for all garment sewers. We talked about this earlier on, didn't we? The very idea of trying to pin or make adjustments to a garment that you're wearing is just about impossible. From the front, I mean from the back, absolutely forget it. You just can't do it. Of course, if you're dressmaking for other people and they happen to be there, great. But if they're not there or you're doing alterations as a business, you need to be able to work on the garments when you do not have your client there. And that's when having a dress form is so important. So we've got two options today and they come in different sizes. This is really key. So make sure when you're ordering that you're ordering a size compatible with you. We're going to start with the red version, the cherry red version. Now this is the Adjustoform Super Fit Deluxe. This is the size chart. Now the one I've got on set with me is the medium, but let's have a look at the sizes. So the small size, this will fit a bust between 33 and 41 inches. I'll just do the inches. If you're centimetres, it's there on screen. Waist-wise, the small will go from a 24 to a 32 inch waist. Hips, 34 to 42. Back length, anywhere between 15 and 17 inches, and a maximum height of 72 inches. Now the medium, bust measurement 39 to 47, waist 29 to 37, hips 40 to 48, and a back length between 15 and 17 inches. The height again, maximum of 72 inches. Now then the full figure, bust 45 to 53 inches, waist 38 to 46, hips 47 to 55, back length 16 to 18, and a maximum height of 72. Gosh, it's like I've just read out my measurements from the start of lockdown to the end. Okay, but what's absolutely key there is that you buy an Adjustoform which suits your shape and size, or your sort of maximum size, because you can make all those different subtle adjustments using the dials on your Adjustoform. And let's have a little look at those features right now. This is the Adjustoform Super Fit Deluxe. It's got an 8-part body, and that's been used over many years by beginners and experienced sewing enthusiasts. The body is split at the waist to assist fitting for those with longer or shorter waistlines. You've got 12 adjusting wheels that can adjust the size of the bust, the waist, the hips, and the back length. An adjustable neck with useful pin cushions. So if you're doing blouses that do up at the neck or collars, perfect for that too. You've got foam-backed nylon covering which allows easy pinning and marking, so great for draping as well. A strong tripod which stands, a strong tripod stand which folds for easy storage, and then you've got a hem marker or hem leveler option, so you can mark an even hem around the bottom. Again, how would you do that on yourself, you just couldn't. You just couldn't do it. I mean, the thing that's really important, I think, what's key about dressmaking for me is you make what you want in a fabric that you like and you make it to your size. I think that's probably absolutely key, isn't it? That you're making clothes that fit your body. And how many of us, if any, are a standard size from the high street? And if you are a standard size up to here, are you still that standard size here? Or I mean, it just doesn't happen that way, does it, in a normal body, I don't think. So your Adjustoform can accommodate all those different variations. So if you've got a fuller waist, or if your waist, you found that perhaps as you've got older, your waistline has expanded, but other parts of your body have stayed the same, you can adjust this part only to create your silhouette. Now, there are some really great videos online as well. In particular, I'm thinking Claire Louise, who I did the sewing bee with, who shows you how to add extra padding to your Adjustoform if you need it. So you can make all of the basic adjustments, and that might well be enough for you. But if you've got particular fullness on one side or particularly full hips, you can add a little bit of extra padding. And Adjustoform recommend using whatever you've got to hand that works. So things like quilt batting, shoulder pads, bubble wrap, even sort of scrunched up paper to create that extra little bit of padding. And what this is going to do is help you to create the perfect fit. Now let's have a quick look at that size chart again, just to help you make your choice. So your choice is between those three sizes: the small, the medium, or the full figure. I'm definitely the full figure. But this is what's so great, because, I'm not having to compromise. I'm not having to just make the size, straight from the pattern, because it might fit me. I mean, for example, with a shirt, this might be for a blouse, you might end up choosing the size that fits your bust or chest measurement, but then it's absolutely massive everywhere else.
And I think that's a common problem, isn't it? And for men and women as well, you can have, you say, what dress size are you? Oh, well, I'm like a 16 on the top and I'm a 12 underneath.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're buying a dress, what do? You buy the 16, and then it's huge everywhere else. But of course, when you make your own, you can make those adjustments. But the thing that's absolutely key, and I don't think either of us could really dressmake without a mannequin to fit, or a person actually
Well, I'm
there.
lucky I've got Clive, who's not only another person, but another sewer who can help me.
Yeah.
The chalk thing that they have, this is a chalk one, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
It is fantastic, because I've done hems, and even on a mannequin that doesn't have it, it's a struggle going around on hands and knees, trying to kind of just
to eyeball where the hem is.
Yeah.
So on this model, the Superfit Deluxe, you get that chalk hem marker. You can see it running around the bottom there, and essentially what you'll do there is it marks the depth of the hem. But also as well, you can use it at that point to put pop pins in, mark that perfectly even hem. It's also going to help you to make sure that the front and the back of a dress are sitting level. That was something I came unstuck on the sewing bee. So my model, well, it was my fault the way I'd made the dress. I just made the dress sort of standard size out of the packet. And essentially the front of the dress tipped up and the back of the dress hung low.
Yeah. And that's so easily done, because it doesn't take into account on the pattern. Someone might have a bigger bottom to their
fuller chest.
Yeah,
exactly,
or whichever
right.
way around it might be, and that can make the difference.
Exactly right. Yes. Okay, let me show you the other choice. Now this one's slightly different and offers a few extra features which might be rather appealing for you. So this is the Adjustoform Sew Deluxe leg form. We've got a large onset, so this is the size C, yeah? Yep, the C. But there's three different sizes, A, B or C. So it would be your small, medium, large. Now the A, bust 33 to 41, waist 26 to 33 and a half, your hips 36 to 44, back length 14 and a half to 16 and a half, and a maximum height of 73 inches. Size B, your medium, bust 39 to 47, waist 32 to 40, hips 41 to 49, the back length 15 to 17, and the height 75 inches. And then C, the large one, which is the one we have, 45 to 53 inch bust, a 38 to 46 inch waist, 47 to 54 inch hips, a back length of 16 to 18 inches, and a maximum height of 75 inches. So slightly different measurements there to the cherry red version, but I think what's particularly key about this Adjustoform is that you've got the split base so that you can use this for trousers. Now the other feature that you've got here is that your pole, your tripod, can be fitted either in the centre or it can be fitted to one side. Really, really easy to do as well. So that means having the offset pole that now it's not getting in the way of fitting trousers. So if you're a lady that likes to make trousers, shorts, active wear, this is going to allow.
You used to wear active wear, didn't you?
I certainly did. Well, I still do now. I just, it's more lounge wear, but it's the same principle. Now let's look at those features. Features of this 8-part form with legs make it ideal for use in sewing jackets, skirts, long and short dresses, coats, and with that important additional feature of trouser pant fitting. This must surely be the most versatile sewing form on the market. It's one of our most popular for sure. So features there, you've got a split waist to enable lengthening in the back. You've got wide supportive shoulders, a finite system of body adjusters, got 12 of those dials, easy dial neck adjuster, shaped hips, bottom and thighs for pant and trouser fitting, comprehensive calibration tapes, offset column to enable the pants or trouser to hang straight, a height adjuster, and a calibrated pin grip with basting attachment. And you can see there you've got that hem marking system as well around the bottom, which we don't have on either of us, but you get that with your Adjustoform. So I think this is the most versatile Adjustoform actually. This is the one that I would go for, in particular because you've got the option of pants. And let me just show you as well that the Adjustoform and all of the Adjustoforms have either dials or wheels to adjust. These have wheels. And it's simply a matter of turning these dials, and what that does is it opens out the 8 sections of the body to increase or decrease the size. And the best thing to do is to do that in increments so that you're adjusting. Don't just try and adjust one all in one go to create different sizes. If I turn it to the side, you've also got these wheels to adjust at the side as well. It's so easy to do. I wish it was so easy with your own body to then dial it back in and shrink it all back in, but it's not. But one of the things that's absolutely key when you get your Adjustoform home is to measure yourself. And as Mark was saying, and thank you, Mark, for sticking around, is to have some help measuring your body. Yeah. So the first thing that you want to do is put, something like a belt or tie a cord or something like that around your natural waistline to start with. And then that gives you a sort of a point to measure from. So the first thing you'll do then, if you pop a necklace on as well, it helps. And then you measure from necklace to that belt or that tie for your back measurement and then take all your measurements from there.
I've never heard that tip. That's fabulous. I like that.
Just gives you those markers then.
Yeah.
And there are some great videos on how to do your measurements. Write all
wouldn't
those
draw on
measurements
yourself, then?
down. Don't draw on yourself, no. You could draw a diagram of yourself, then mark them in. But then when you've got those measurements down, then set to work on your Adjustoform and adjust the sizes. And don't forget, of course, as well, that this isn't an Adjustoform that's only going to work for your body. When you finish dressmaking for yourself and you'll move on to daughter, mum, or someone who's commissioned a dress from you or a pair of trousers, you're then going to take their measurements, change the measurements on your Adjustoform, change the body shape, and then you're ready to go. Of course, if you are making dress patterns up for lots of different sizes of people, then think about that when you're choosing your sizes. There's that size chart again, just to remind you. Now, the Adjustoform comes direct from Adjustoform, who are a name we've been trusting and known for 50 years. Adjustoform have been making dress forms for 50 years, and all of the Adjustoform dress forms are made in this country, in Kent.
In Kent?
In Kent.
In the
They
Garden
are.
of England.
That's right, that's right. It's Mark Francis, everybody.
Still here.
Hanging out.
Can't get rid of me yet.
Well, you know, you've got to earn that chocolate eclair, what can I say?
It's very nice.
yeah.
I had yours as well.
Oh, did you? Well, you're welcome. because if I eat another chocolate eclair, there isn't an Adjustoform that goes big enough for me. There probably is, actually, in fairness. Now, we are also offering split pays on your Adjustoform body forms. 53.33, 3 split pays, 53.33 for the Adjustoform So Deluxe leg form. Now, the details on screen are for the C size. That's the largest size that we sell. I think this is definitely the one I'd be going for because it has that versatility. Nice range of sizes. Choose A, B or C, depending on... Now, if you're somewhere in the middle, you're kind of in that in-between A, B or in-between B, C, Adjustoform actually recommend that you go with the smaller size. Just go with the smaller size if you're just sort of on the cusp.
Très interesting.
Yes.
Which is the opposite to what we do when you're making the garment.
Yes, absolutely.
But I suppose the thing is you can pad it bigger, but you can't.
Exactly right. That's exactly what they say. You can add padding to increase the size, or you know, and that is useful to do. And you know, use your Adjustoform to get all the basic measurements right, the basic structure. But even then, Adjustoform recognise that all bodies are unique, all bodies are different, and you, unless you literally make that Adjustoform, well, you do make that Adjustoform to represent your body as much with the dials as possible, but then you can add a bit of extra padding.
They do that on Strictly with the dances. They pad them up deliberately, knowing that the dancers will lose weight over the course of the programme, and then they will presumably keep checking their measurements, and they will strip back the padding as they need to. Apart from Anne Widdecombe, who said she didn't lose an ounce during the whole process.
Gosh.
Bless
she was
her
very
heart.
memorable, wasn't she? Her dances were memorable, I think is the best way to describe them. Now, if you want to go and research Adjustoform, I recommend you do that. They're a great company. And there are a huge number of sewing magazines that recommend Adjustoform. Love Your Mannequin. This was in Sew Magazine. I've written for Sew Magazine for about 9 years. Tilly and the Buttons loves Adjustoform too. Tilly and I were in Sewing Bee together. I was convinced she was going to win, you know. She arrived on the morning of filming, when we started filming. She hadn't stayed the night before because she lives in London. And as soon as she got out of the car, I thought, well, there's the winner. There's the winner before we even start. Because she just looked kind of sassy and fashionable and chic, and just a great role model for making your own clothes, you know, and being able to develop and wear your personal style. And that's what dressmaking is all about. It's all about developing and enjoying your personal style. But what's key to that is making sure that those clothes fit you. And the very best way to get a perfect fit with your clothes is by using an Adjustoform body form that's set to your measurements. This means that then you can make a toile in calico. We always recommend a toile, right, Mark?
Particularly if it's a pattern you've not used before.
Just for anybody who doesn't know, what is a toile?
Well, it's a practice garment essentially, so one that you've made out of a cheaper fabric. Calico is a very cheap, quite a coarse sometimes cotton. It irons beautifully, it's nice and easy to work with, and you just make a version of it. You don't have to finish it.
No.
You can miss a lot of stuff off. It's just to get the sizing. So trousers are a good example. You wouldn't put a fly into it, for example. You wouldn't put the pockets.
No.
You just leave them open at the back, and then you can just work and see how it fits, where you got to adjust it, and the little tweaks on trousers. I've sometimes used, that's where Auntie Rena's bed sheets really come in, because that's a cheap fabric I've got lots of, and it doesn't matter if I make a mistake with it.
Folks, he was always going to get that story, and I'd just like to explain. I've been waiting for years. Finally.
It's in. It's
Cut it if you possibly can.
I always keep a big pile of calico. It's always so useful to have.
It is, but at the end of the day, you know, if you don't have an Adjustoform, you make that toile, you try it on, and then when it doesn't fit you, how do you make the adjustments? How do you pin just to bring the hip in just slightly? Or the easiest way is to pop those trousers onto your Adjustoform, which is sized for you. Make those little adjustments, and then you can try that garment back on your body just to check that everything's feeling just right.
It's nice that you can pin on them as well.
Brilliant. Yeah, they have that fabric coating so that you can pin on them. You can also drape on an Adjustoform as well. So if you want to create your own garments, you can do that too. And the price is amazing, I think. I've always perceived dress forms as being really, really expensive, like £300-400 a go, and actually £159.99. 3 split pays available as well if you'd like to take advantage of that. Really makes this an affordable option if you're into your dressmaking.
Very much so.
Now, just want to let you know the blue Adjustoform, the leg size C, that's the fuller figure. We are down to the last 3, so that's been really, really popular. Now, we do restock, but can't promise before Christmas. So if you want to get that fuller figure in the blue, details are on screen right now. Don't dilly-dally. I don't want you to miss out. Those are the sizes again, just to remind you. I think this is the most versatile dressmaker's form that we sell. Those are the sizes. Pick A, B or C. And remember, if you are just kind of in between sizes, go with the smaller because you can always pad up.
There's a good amount of crossover on the sizes though, aren't there? I'm just looking at them again. There's a good couple of inches.
There is. There is. Yeah. The Complete Guide to Dressmaking. Yes, if you're inspired by dressmaking, Mark's inspired you, the Adjustoforms have inspired you. We've got Jules Fallon's first book, which is called The Complete Guide to Dressmaking.
I've got a signed copy, you know.
Have you?
I know. I should auction it on eBay.
You really should. Just keep it. Just keep it. Now, Jules's Complete Guide to Dressmaking includes really, really important chapters on things like how to measure yourself and understanding patterns. I think these things are so, so important, all the different kinds of fabric. But look at that, all of those sort of tips on how to measure yourself, which are absolutely critical when you're adjusting your Adjustoform to make sure that it represents your body. You can see here garments being fitted or a toile being fitted and the kind of adjustments that you can make. Super, super easy to do that on an Adjustoform, super hard to do it on yourself. But Jules's book is terrific. You've got so many different chapters on how to create all kinds of different garments. If you don't know all the terminology, if it's all a little bit of a foreign language, oh, how to make a fly. Where were you when I needed you? All the different kinds of zips.
I still turn to this book.
Yeah.
But there's some things you don't do very often, or you just want a bit of reassurance that you're doing it right.
Absolutely.
Because you don't want to have to unpick the little sausage.
Quelle horreur.
Exactly.
Quelle horreur.
So,
limited stock on the book, I've just got to tell you.
Oh, the zip fly, because zip flies are tricky little things.
Oh.
And to get them to sit right, to look right. And with the best will in the world, sometimes the larger company pattern makers, they can be a little skimpy on some of those things. And she's got it over 4 pages, I think it is.
Absolutely, just to demystify every step.
Exactly.
I mean, we had to make a fly front trousers without pattern on the first series.
Oh, did you?
Well, it was the pattern challenge, and we had the basic pattern pieces and just instructions: make the fly. That was it. Make the fly. Yeah. No pictures, nothing.
I did practice that before doing the sewing bee, thinking if I had to do that, I'd struggle. Yeah. And I did it fine on my practice, but luckily we didn't have to do it. Not a zip fly.
I was hoping they were going to ask me to make a quilt. How that turned out. But that is limited stock, that book. Now, we know a lot of you have that book already. A lot of you don't have her brand new book, though, and this is delicious. Now, do you have this book, Mark?
No, I haven't seen it, actually.
Pop a little order in while you're sitting there. It's brand new. It's called Sewing for the Soul.
Do I qualify for the free basket? Probably not.
Well, you might do if you're one of the 10 people that are picked. Remember that 10 people. Thank you for that reminder, Mark. 10 people today are going to win their entire shopping basket for free. I mean, I remember once I was teaching on a cruise, and so we were playing bingo.
It's a fancy graphic as well.
It's an amazing graphic. Amazing graphic.
Is that a full-size trolley?
No, I don't think it is. It looks like a little dolly trolley.
A dolly trolley, as opposed to a trolley dolly.
That's right. They are different, folks. No, but 10 people will win. I was doing bingo once on a cruise ship,
and the prize. Calling the numbers?
No, I was giving out the tickets, and the prize was a 2-week holiday in Italy, somewhere beautiful in Italy. Okay, Tuscany, something like that.
So when you're on a holiday, they give away
another holiday. It was, and there were only about 30 people playing bingo, and I said, someone's going to win. And one lady, I handed her a bingo card, and she said, oh, I never win anything. Guess who won? Guess who won? So remember, 10 of you are going to win your entire shopping basket for free today. So make today count. That's all I'm saying. That other Jules book, by the way, Complete Guide to Dressmaking, has sold out, but her brand new book, Sewing for the Soul, is available. Now, it's simple sewing patterns and recipes to lift the spirits. It is an absolute thing of beauty. You've got some gorgeous, gorgeous patterns in here. And look, recipes, chocolate orange cake and homemade mocha latte. Oh, it looks like our producer Hannah's breakfast. How beautiful. Palazzo pants, Mark. I can't begin to tell you how much I've always wanted a pair.
We did that on the sewing bee, but strangely they put it with the zip, an invisible zip, right at the centre back.
Oh no, so you're sitting on a zip?
Yeah.
Ouch.
I thought it was a bit odd, but
oh no,
that's what they wanted. I don't think Jules has done that in hers. I think the zip's up the front.
At the front, yeah.
Where it should be.
But lovely, lovely sort of simple sewing, beautiful, easy, relaxed. Oh, that's lovely, that oversized shirt, like that, like that. Now, Mark's got some printed denim, which would look fabulous for that shirt. Classic tee. Love the fact that there is some, oh, look, a re-loved blanket. Nice.
that's quite popular, to turn blankets, either quilted blankets and other things like that, into garments.
Oh yeah, the other way around. I mean, that is using old sweaters to make a blanket. But I think, well, thank you, Met Gala. You know, it's come from that, hasn't it? Using the quilts to create clothing. So yeah, I mean, repurposing a spiced sugar crust apple cake and hot cider nog.
That sounds...
Hello, lovely. Yes, please. Forget the dressmaking. I just want the recipes. Lovely. Full-size patterns in the back.
She is famous for her cakes. Or if you go to one of her workshops.
Which she does with Claire Louise, who was the sewing producer for the Sewing Bee for the first 4 years.
And it's Jules that, it's her workshop that was part of my sewing journey. I have to word this very carefully because Clive gets upset if I don't mention that he helped me learn to sew as well.
Of course he did, yes.
But it's all... But
I always thought it would be Clive I'd see on the Sewing Bee. When you popped up, I thought, no, I didn't see that coming.
No, he's not telly ready, you see.
Well,
no,
that's not true.
He says he wouldn't like to have done it to the times.
No, fair enough. I think a lot of people feel that way. Yeah. Remember, at home, you're not under the time hammer like we were, so you can take your...
I would watch, you know, when you were kind of in your peripheral, and I'd be aware that someone, when we're filming, had spent the first 2 hours cutting out. I'm thinking,
oh,
yeah, you better hurry up.
I know,
you
I
haven't got time.
Exactly.
At home, spend a day cutting out
We
and
do
take
that.
your time on it. But on the Sewing Bee, just get it cut out and just do it.
Just crack on. Yeah. It's true. Now, Mark's got some beautiful scissors, dressmaking scissors. One of those, the purple ones, I've actually got, but let's look at the silver ones first, Mark.
Can I take them out of the box?
You certainly can. They're Millwood, heavy duty dressmaking shears. Now, the 10.5-inch blade, and these are from Millwood. They're $16.99.
I'm making a right dog's dinner getting
That's
this out of the
right.
box. Oh, there we go. It was stuck at the top, everybody.
Oh. Nice weight.
They are a nice weight, actually. Lovely action. I've got nothing to cut up there, that's the problem. I should have bought some fabric.
No, we haven't given you anything, quite deliberately, Mark. Be a lovely gift, Mark. Would you like dressmaker shears for Christmas?
I need some.
Clive, if you're watching.
Or on the website, you can drop a hint to people.
Yes, you can. Can you?
Yeah, there's a button that says drop a hint.
Oh.
I don't know what it does, but it's there.
When it's a show product, no, you can't. But when it's in the shop, you can. Oh, it sends an email through to someone you want to let know that you want them. How clever.
They're a whopping 10.5 inches.
They are. Now, would you recommend big scissors like that for cutting out?
It depends what you're cutting out. I mean, a range is what you need overall. So you need little ones, you need bigger ones, or ones in the middle. But I do like, if I'm a heavier weight pair of substantial scissors, if you're cutting it, it makes it easier to take nice, smooth.
It really does.
You don't want to be hacking away like that when you're going around, because that's not going to give you a nice finish.
Absolutely.
There's quite an art, I think, to cutting out with scissors.
Gosh, there really is. I know tailors spend years just training to cut out.
Yeah, and it seems mad. You think it's just scissors, just go and cut it out.
I know, but it's
actually,
not.
No, it's not at all. And
now you've another pair of scissors there with the purple handle. I've got these very scissors, actually.
Have you?
I have.
Are they hermetically sealed?
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not. Soft and sharp.
Yeah, these are great. They're Janome ones. They're just well, I love Janome products, and they are brilliant. I have them in my studio. This is the sort of mid-size. They were an early bird.
Oh, were they?
You're still making a £5 saving on this price, $19.99. We shouldn't really be doing that, but we are. It's the weekend.
They're a little shorter.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I find it's the shape of them I like, Mark.
Yes.
The fact that they're the handles are tilted upwards, so you can keep it flat to the table. I use them a lot in my studio when I'm doing things like cutting out, binding fabrics or border fabrics. I'm doing like a long run. Very useful, very useful. And they've got that lovely soft grip as well.
I'll come to you.
Beautifully modelled, thank you.
Do you like that?
Gorgeous. Look at the action on that. You're getting a clap from the gallery.
They're a condescending lot, aren't they?
They really, really are. They really are. Just take it, Mark, I would.
I think so.
They've never clapped me, in fairness, so does that tell you? Anyway, Mark's also got some lovely denims. These are delish.
Are these
Now,
all
I
denims?
mentioned, yeah, printed denim, Mark. Come on. I mentioned that there's an oversized denim shirt in Jules' new book. Here it is, the oversized shirt. Now, I think that's made in the floral denim, Mark. If we can have a look at the floral
I'll
denim,
look at the florals
please.
first.
That would be awesome. So this, excuse me, this red floral denim was a funny little voice then, wasn't it? Ooh.
Was that your breakfast coming up?
It's constant talking. Red floral, denim print, half a metre, $4.99. Now, of course, you're going to order this in increments. Nice little touch there.
Do you like it?
I did like that touch. Do it again.
Shall I do it again?
Yeah. Watch this.
That's how to make your fabric look pretty.
That's only just come back into stock, Mark. And there you are, screwing it up. No, I love what you did. 80% of you who have bought this have bought multiple units. It would make a great bag, and half a metre would be enough. But for that oversized shirt,
It's
now
nice it's not a heavy denim at all.
No, it's a nice light one. It'd be good for a shirt. Now, amount-wise for the oversized shirt, Jules says you'd need 2.5 to 2 3/4 yards of your main fabric. 147 centimetres wide, 58 inches, so it's an extra wide. That's terrific. So, yeah, about 2.3 to 2.5 metres. So 2.5 metres of that. Fabulous. Isn't that lovely? Dungarees would be nice. He's draping. He's draping. Nice. We're thinking Scottish. Did you see that look then? Do it again.
What was I doing?
It's a shame you can't get a camera around to the face because the face is an absolute picture. Do a face to the camera.
No, what was I? I'm laughing now. I can't.
Oh, it was a faraway look. Look. Oh. There we go. Stay there. Stay there. Oh, far and away. It's like a Mills and Boon cover, isn't it?
Oh dear.
Somebody get this man an agent. He's wasted here.
I thought the same.
Yes, absolutely. No, Mark, nobody drapes denim like you. If you love that denim, by the way, be quick because it is flying out. Joanne's messaged in, hi guys, isolating due to COVID? No, you poor thing. And too unwell to sew. Oh, but you guys are cheering me up no end. Stuart, love you presenting from Joanne. Oh, thanks, Joanne. I'm really sorry that you're not feeling very well, but we will do our very best to keep you cheery and chirpy. There's a few of you on your sofas today. I'm really sorry about that. It's miserable, isn't it?
Including Clive.
Well, yeah, Clive's poorly sick as well, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Sending big hugs. Well, socially
I don't know why I
isolated
didn't get it,
ones.
but it's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I know.
It's not as
I
if you
don't
can
know.
isolate him from other parts of the house. You know, he's going to sit in the
Yes.
shed.
Yeah, I'd
Well,
put him
not
in a
the-
dog kennel. Now then, we've got some lovely thread packs I want to show you. The
We're not doing the
first
fabrics.
one, this one is a recycled polyester. Now, this is a new innovation from Gutermann, and they use recycled plastic bottles to make thread. It's absolutely brilliant. You've got 20 in the pack for $29.99, so it's a cracking price too. Absolutely cracking. It's a sew-all thread. It's one of my absolute favourites. I use Gutermann just about exclusively for piecing and applique. It comes in such a gorgeous range of colours, and you're getting 20, including your basics, you know, your kind of tan, ecru, black, a couple of shades of grey, and then you've also got this really useful kind of mossy green. Whole new development, this, from Gutermann. Whole new innovation. Usually the kind of thing you'd expect to be paying a premium for. And often I think this is what puts people off buying something which is more eco-friendly, and because it is more expensive to do those extra processes, but this is the same price as Gutermann sew-all thread. So $29.99 gets you 20 100-metre reels, all these different beautiful colours. That's a super thread pack, giftable.
And I think that's really important in not just in threads, but in any kind of green product where there is a non-green alternative. It quite often is the case that the green option is more expensive.
Yeah.
But if we're to put our seer's head on for a minute, if we're to turn the tide on this, then they've got to be making the greener options more affordable for people to want to buy them. Because when you look at you look at it, you think, well, it's ultimately I've got to pay for it. It's my purse that's paying for it.
That's right.
You do have to think, well, which one can I afford?
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true.
So it's brilliant that it's...
Now then, this next thread, this is your regular Gutermann sew-all thread. It's an look at this.
It's in a tin.
I know. In terms of giftable, there are 48. Are you ready for this? Hold me, Mark. Oh, that anybody who knows me knows what that is doing to me right now. Just that array of beautiful colour all in order. But do you do that, Mark?
I do try and keep a colour chart.
I even have to put fruit in colour order.
Do you?
I mean, literally anything. When I come home with the shopping, I put it on the conveyor belt in order.
Do you put like the chilled and then the ambient and the fruit?
Well,
and
I do that, but I also like to colour, so I'll put the darkest green vegetables and the lighter greens, and then...
You clearly don't shop at some of the cheaper supermarkets.
No. Well, where everything literally gets thrown.
Yeah,
from
off
one
the
end
edge of
the
the belt.
shop to the other. No, I've managed to avoid those so far. But this is the most incredible gift, isn't it? For yourself, for someone you love, for an enthusiastic sewer. You have got so many different colours there. 48 different shades of Gutermann sew-all. Nostalgic, 1895. I mean, the tin is just a work of art in itself. It is so beautiful. Absolutely lovely. It's like a box of chocolates, but I guarantee it's calorie-free.
And it'll last longer as well.
Oh, it really will. Not the way I use thread. Get through so much thread, Mark.
So which do you get through quicker, thread or biscuits?
Thread. I don't eat biscuits,
Don't
believe
you?
it or not.
Oh.
No, and I'm not somebody.
I don't
If
know
someone
why
opens,
I sound so surprised.
no, if someone opens a packet of biscuit, I'm not bothered.
Oh,
No.
well,
Oh yes.
that's a big one.
It is. It is. Now this is 40 weight, 100% polyester embroidery machine thread and thread organizer. So for machine embroidery and machine quilting, I think as well. You could use this for machine quilting. Big box, and look, you've got these big reels. Each one, this is from Hemline, by the way. You've got 500 metres of thread. So versatile, this thread. It's 100% polyester. So you could use this for machine quilting. 99 pence a spool. That's amazing value. And such a gorgeous array of colours. See, straight away now I'm having to get out all of the yellows just to show you. Aren't they lovely? And then we would naturally start going through into the creams and the golds or the oranges. Not many of these left, I'm afraid.
See, I was going to ask if you could keep your sandwiches in the tin afterwards, but you can't.
No, you've got
spikes.
you have. But I mean, a brilliant thread organiser to keep. But I think even that would last me a little while. That's gorgeous. 50 colours, less than £1 per spool. So these ones are 100% polyester. The Gutermann are also 100% polyester.
I tend to buy bigger spools. I tend to prefer that. Then I haven't got to get a new matching one each time. I've
And
probably
for
got
dressmaking as well, you don't make a garment with 100-metre reel, do you?
No, unless you're on the sewing bee.
Yeah, that's right. You've got that much thread left.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, thanks for sticking around. Don't go
Pleasure.
anywhere because you're back in the next hour.
I am.
Thank you for staying with us. We're going to go to a little break now, but when we come back, we'll have Mark, and he's going to be showing us the brand new Brighton shirt patterns and his Turlo shirt, but also we've got another amazing shirt pattern. You won't want to miss this, so stick around.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, I'm Claire from Native Lighting. I set up Native Lighting 18 months ago when I realised there was a real lack of craft lights in the market that were high quality, affordable and modern. Not only do Native Lighting lamps give you the perfect lighting for your craft, but they also look amazing in your home as well. I started to train as a florist when I was much younger, and it made me realise how you need the light on all the different colours when you're trying to match the colours with the flowers. And that's what's really important with your crafting as well. I've been in the lighting industry for 10 years and worked in many different sectors, but my heart always lies with crafting. I think that also comes from my time of training as a florist, when I just used to love working with all the flowers and the colours and how different they could look in different colours of light. My top advice would be, when you're thinking about buying a light, you need to think about where you're actually going to be doing your work. We've got lots of different types of lamps. We've got floor lamps, we've got magnifiers, we've got portable lamps, and we've got desk lamps. If you're sitting in a sofa or a chair, I'd suggest that you use one of our floor lamps. If you're working with intricate details, then have a look at one of our magnifiers. We've got 3 different types here. We've got our 7-inch one, we've got our 4.5-inch one, and then we've got a desk version here as well. All of those magnifiers have all 3 different colour settings, including the really important daylight for your colour matching, and they've all got brightness settings on them as well. If you work with a sewing machine, our Lumina lamps are absolutely amazing because you can bend and wrap them around the sewing machine, which is brilliant for when you're working on a sewing machine, and you can get that light exactly where you need it. If you do Facebook Lives, or you like to do video tutorials for people, or you're doing teaching online, then our ring light is amazing for that, because you can obviously use that, put your mobile phone in there, and also that we've got a remote control which will operate that for you. You may have a cutting table or a wide area that you need to light up. Then I'd suggest you go with our task lamp here, which gives you a really wide spread of light. If you're on the move, when you're working, then we've got a selection here of portable lamps. We've got our reverse lamp, our zigzag lamp, and our LED desk lamp. These are rechargeable, so it means that you can charge them up and then you can take them with you, and you've still got light when you're on the move.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hey you, welcome back. It's Sewing Street and I'm Stuart Hillard. I'm glad you're still with us. Hope you're having a great morning. We're having a fun old time here on Sewing Street, and this hour is all about the gentleman's wardrobe, something I know quite a lot about. Well, gentleman's closet, but it's a similar thing, isn't it? We've got the most wonderful book called The Gentleman's Wardrobe, and you've got a saving of £3. It's only £11.99, and this is a real staple. It's vintage style projects for the modern man. It's by Vanessa Muncie. Now, lots of you have been asking this morning about waistcoats. Hello, what an outfit. About waistcoats. There is a waistcoat in the book. Love the photography in this.
It's such a beautiful book.
It is a beautiful book.
And even just for there's so many different things you can learn from the book. It covers on how to do the techniques. It talks about measuring and those kind of processes as well.
Yes.
And it's got some non-clothing items, as you spotted as well.
I think you recommended that we get this book in, actually, Mark. I think you're the reason why we've got it.
Yeah.
The bow tie. Now, I had to learn how to tie a bow tie.
Did you? I still haven't learned.
Haven't you?
If I do bow ties, they're pre-knotted.
No, I always buy a not yourself bow tie. And once you've got it, it's easy. There's a few little tricks to do it. I watched a video in the end, and it was somebody doing it on themselves in front of a mirror, and there was just bits of the technique which was just brilliant. Oh, this is lovely. So shirts, there's a bag, slippers, pyjamas, we've got day wear. Now, is this the shirt that you're going to be making?
Yes.
It's lovely.
They do a long sleeve and a short sleeve version in there.
What are we getting today?
We're doing long sleeve today.
Fantastic. Love the fabrics too. We've got a summer shirt. Someone looks happy. Goodness me, perhaps it was a windy day. There you go, he's calmer now. Waistcoat's lovely. Have you made that?
I have. It's such a lovely pattern for the waistcoat. Well, they all are, but that's the version I did first.
Is it lined?
It is lined, yeah, fully lined. It's got pockets, facings.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't miss out on anything. There's trousers, a jacket as
now,
well.
those trousers look lovely. Do they really turn out like that?
I haven't made the trousers,
Okay.
actually. I haven't tried those ones.
I'm going to literally ask you every single pattern. Have you made that? Have you made that? That jacket's lovely too, isn't it? A little bit more complex, though.
Yeah, that's a bigger project, but it's something to take your time over a jacket.
Oh, yeah.
You mustn't rush making
And
a
there's
jacket.
lots and lots of diagrams, lots of boxer shorts. Now, although we said earlier on about not bothering making underwear, boxer shorts are something I actually would make because they're eye-wateringly expensive.
Yes, I was on holiday and I had to get more underwear. And while I was away, because I knew I didn't have enough. You know, when you look at your drawer, you think, I haven't got enough underwear. Because
How did that happen?
Well, normally you wash it all the time.
Don't you count the nights and then add one more?
Well, yeah, I didn't have enough. So I didn't have time to go shopping. So I thought, we're only staying in the UK, you can't go anywhere. So I'll just pop to Marks and get some. But yeah, very expensive.
Very expensive.
I mean, they're very nice, but...
Yeah. But you can easily pay £10, £12, £15 for a pair of boxer shorts, and they don't use much fabric.
No.
So, yeah, make your own. PJs.
Pyjamas I have made.
Yes.
It's a really nice method. Actually, going back to the Nina Lee, the cuff placket is a continuous looped placket, which they do on the front of the pyjama trousers. Which is something I'd never done on a fly front, but you can do a fly front with a continuous looped.
Dressing gown's lovely. Have you made that?
That's the one which I did in the Rainbow Clouds. We saw the picture of in my previous
I love
hour.
the cuff detail.
There we go.
Look at that.
So that's made in that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I could see Clive in that.
He's got one.
Could imagine. Slippers. Now, come on. Any book with a chapter entitled Accoutrement is going in my shopping basket. Sold! A messenger bag. Well, you know me. I love a messenger bag. A wallet. Oh, this is delicious. I want this book. I'm buying it. Make sure one of them gets held back. I've always wanted to rock a cravat.
I love a cravat.
I love a cravat.
And I've got into making some hats lately as well.
You?
We're doing 8-panel Baker Boy hats.
And I think as well, Adam, James Brooks, has got a pattern, hasn't he?
He has.
For an 8-panel Baker Boy. See, on Friday with John. Now, I want shows with Adam because we've been chatting and we get on like a house on fire, but I haven't actually met him. Well, that's an absolutely delicious book. Vanessa Moonsie, you've done good. That is lovely. I recommend that.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
And $11.99.
The patterns are in the back. You have to trace them off.
Yeah. It's all right.
But that's fine. But then you can trace them off for whichever size.
But they're full size, aren't they?
The full size.
So you've got all the paper pattern pieces. They just overlap each other. But, folks, listen, I would always buy dressmaker's tissue, whatever I was making. I would always trace my size off. I'd never cut out a pattern.
Do you not?
Never.
It depends what the pattern is. Those ones, of course, you have to trace them off. But I quite often, if it's a tissue one, I will quite often just cut it out. Yeah. But I have been thinking more recently, maybe I should, because if your size changes and you still like the pattern, then and you
Hello,
cut it
lockdown.
out, you've got to go and buy a new pattern.
Exactly. Yeah.
Rather than just getting it.
And also, as well, you know, like I'll make it for me, I'll make it for Charlie. And he's 6'2", I'm 5 foot something else. So
5'2".
5'8". 5'8". Not 5'2". In my stocking feet. Now then, we've got some lovely fabrics to go with Mark's shirt demo. So let's have a little look at those. Let's start with the one it's made of. This is gorgeous. 2.5 meters of fabric in the bundle. Now, shirting is something that is actually really hard to find, I think.
Tell me about it. I've got a commission for a cream-coloured shirt to make, and I'm really struggling to find some cream-coloured shirting fabric that doesn't cost a fortune.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is a great price, $39.99. You're getting 2.5 meters. It is a beautiful, very classy, this one. You can see very clearly and all over. It's not a spot, it's actually a little square. And then there are tiny little dots in the background too. It's a lovely, lovely print, this. Absolutely gorgeous. I think would suit anybody. Julie has just messaged in saying, hi guys, loving the banter. I had some Gutermann and Tutel cottons for years. Do they deteriorate? They do. They do. They can go, thread can go brittle over time.
I've found that before.
Yeah. So keep it out of direct sunlight. And but I wouldn't keep thread for more than a couple of years to use, but certainly keep it and display it. Put them in a big glass jar or something like that, or on a a vintage thread spool rack or something like that as a bit of display.
Our studio is in our garage, so it doesn't have any direct light going into it.
Oh, that's useful.
It's got a window, but it's down the side, so it doesn't get the direct light. But we have a big rack of the bigger spools that we use, like the 1,000-meter ones.
Yeah.
But the little tiny ones, I use those for like sewing buttons on and tacking stuff or whatever. And I do have loads of those. Yeah. But they live in drawers, so they're
out of direct
away.
sunlight.
Yes.
Now let's have a look at some more fabric bundles that we've got. We've got it in a different colourway, the grey. This is really nice too. It's kind of like a grey-blue and then a little green square. So this has got a stripe in the background, so it's not exactly a different colourway, but it's similar in feel. So you've got a little fine stripe and then a little green square. That's lovely.
I love this. It feels really nice.
This is the one you're going to demo with, isn't it, Mark?
It is, yeah.
And again, it's a proper shirting weight. It feels absolutely lovely, and it's going to be that right sort of weight for a shirt. Now, 2.5 meters, Mark, that'll make up to the biggest size, won't it, in the book?
Yeah, generally, I think for most sizes, 2.5 meters is a good amount for a shirt.
Oh, good.
If you like round figures, you get 3.
Yeah.
But
I thought you were referring to me then, round figures. Rude. Purple? This is lovely. This is a going out shirt. amazing price for this bundle. Wow, $23.99. You've got 3 different shades of purple in there and a charcoal grey, kind of a kind of regal purple, a more of a lilac, and then a soft lavender, and then a charcoal grey background. That's delish. Really like that.
It's like a boating stripe, isn't it?
It is like a boating stripe. That's, like I said, that's a posh, that's a going out for Sunday lunch shirt.
Or pyjamas.
Oh, pyjamas. That's a nice idea. I hadn't thought of that. Pyjama bottoms, or would you get the top and the bottoms out of that?
Well, I don't. No, you'd need more
two
to do
bundles.
2. But
Yeah.
Personally, I wear a nightshirt in bed.
A nightshirt. Yeah, you don't find they ride up?
Well, that's what it rides up with wear. Well, I find pyjama trousers, for me personally, they go all twisted around my legs, and I don't like that.
Right.
So, but it's my shoulders that gets cold in the night.
Right.
So either a pyjama top or just a nightshirt.
Nightshirt, yeah. I've worn a nightshirt before now. I love them. Didn't wear the hat.
No, I haven't got a hat.
No.
Guess what I used?
Go on.
Auntie Rena's bed
sheet.
sheets.
Of course you did.
Brushed cotton.
Twice in 1 hour.
Brushed cotton, beautiful. In pink and grey stripes.
Sounds lush. Now this again, very smart this. Nice and masculine this, isn't it? Got a nice chocolate brown and navy stripe, a wide stripe. Lovely. Again, 2.5 metres for $23.99. It's a super price, and it's a gorgeous weight, 100% cotton.
Oh,
really lovely.
I do love
weight.
that one as well.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I like it's like kind of greys and a kind of an earthy.
Yeah,
kind of
it is like a
green
sort
colour.
of grey blue. I mean, I
Yeah.
said blue, but it is like a grey blue, like a slate almost, I suppose,
Slate.
with charcoal.
Welsh
and-
slate.
Exactly, and that chocolate brown. That's lovely. Now then, we've got the floral. Let's go floral. Oh, now this is nice texture as well. This is $39.99 for 2.5 metres. Now this has got a bit of texture to it as well. Don't know if you can see. Can you see? It's got. It's not
almost
exactly
like a ribbing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not like a needle cord. It's not that much texture, but there is definitely texture there, and this really sweet little sort of posy.
Is it a posy
Well, I'm thinking it's a posy.
or a dot?
Well, it's like a flower and buds and leaves. That's what I'm seeing. It could be a Pokemon. I haven't got my reading glasses on. No, I think that's a posy, isn't it? You've made me question myself, Mark.
I can't tell on the big screen as to quite what it is.
It's a posy.
I'd have to get one of the little magnifying glasses out that
That's it.
newspaper.
Your monocle. You need your monocle.
No, like newspaper editors do. They're like that, aren't they? Examining the.
In old films, Mark,
Yes.
yes. I don't think they do that now.
Did they not do that?
Hmm?
Did they not do that?
No, I don't think they do. When they're setting the letters on the
Yeah.
on the big printer,
Yeah.
no, I don't think that happens anymore. This is lovely. I mean, this is nightshirt, isn't it? It's a shirt as well, of course, but this is also a nightshirt for Christmas Eve with rounded sides and a little bit of a split. 3 buttons down the front.
And
A matching cap.
wearing pyjama style shirts as a going out day shirt is
yeah.
actually very fashionable.
Yeah. Can
So
a
you-
grandad collar?
Yeah, you could literally just make the pyjama top out of the book and wear that.
Oh,
as-
it's
as a
lovely.
shirt.
Yeah, I like that idea. This is particularly nice. This is really appealing to me. $23.99. It's a Lanchester check. Is that a spelling mistake or am I just missing it? Lanchester?
Is that a place?
Well, I've never heard of Lanchester. Where do you come from? Lanchester? It's it looks like a spelling mistake to me, but what do I know?
You
But
know who
again,
loves a
2.5
check shirt, don't
metres.
you?
I do know I love a check shirt.
Know
That's
who else loves a
gorgeous.
check shirt? John Scott.
Oh, yes.
Did you see the picture he shared of him in the 80s? Guess what he's wearing?
A bra.
And a check shirt.
Yes. Now we're going to make the shirt from Vanessa's book, but we have had some questions about the shirt I'm wearing. Thank you very much. Now this is Mark's done 2 gorgeous shirt patterns. This is the Brighton shirt, which I do feel Mark looks better in than I do in mine, but I'm still loving this shirt. It's called the Brighton shirt, and it comes in sizes extra small to double XL, which is a great range of sizes. Let me just move that out of there. I think one of me is quite enough, thank you. Where does the name come from, the Brighton shirt?
Well, I could just figure people wearing it on the beach. It has a bit of a holiday feel for me.
Yes, it does.
Sometimes you like a bit of sleeves on a shirt, so you can do it short sleeve or long sleeve. So
can you? Is there the option for a short sleeve?
Yeah, so there is a line that, you can take the sleeves wherever you want. So that's quite a long, short sleeve.
Yes, but I like that.
But if I was doing a short sleeve, he'd take it right up there.
Yes, he would, wouldn't he? He likes to show off the guns.
Yes. No, I won't say anymore.
Least said soonest mended, Mark, in my experience.
Think so.
But I like that. That's gorgeous. Yes, I know I'm wearing the short sleeve version, but I didn't know whether this was a hack that Mark had done or whether the option was actually in the pattern itself. But the fabric as well is lovely.
That's one I chose. I wanted it in something kind of natural, like that's kind of leaves. I think I did ask for feathers, but they couldn't get hold of that in time, unfortunately. Something that has those kind of...
Who did you make this for?
That's just the sample.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's just the sample.
Great. Sounds like it's going spare. So that's the Brighton shirt, and that's the one I'm wearing, but it's also the one that Mark is wearing. There are the sizes, by the way. The small, extra small fits a chest size of 34.5. That's a bird. The small is 37-inch chest, medium 39, a large is a 41.5, an XL is a manly 43.5, and an XXL is a 46-inch chest. But there's reasonable ease in this shirt, and it's not clingy, and it doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. It doesn't pop.
And I have put, the buttons are placed a little further in than normal, so there is a bit room to manipulate the buttons, put the buttons where you like.
Yes.
Frankly, that's what I always think with buttons. You don't have to follow a rule with buttons, it's wherever you want them to be. So you could move them. You could also add, which I'm going to talk about here actually, add a pleat into the back, and that adds a little bit of extra room as well.
Yeah, a little bit of extra ease.
Which that doesn't have actually.
Slimmer
But if you
than I
did want to, because the Vanessa Moonsey book, the shirt doesn't have a pleat on the back on this either.
Right.
But if you wanted to add one in, when you're cutting it out, on your back piece, which is cut on the fold, just pull it away from the fold by about an inch or however much you want.
Yep.
And then you sew that in. So that's created 2 inches of extra fabric. Fold that into a box pleat, sew it down at the top, and then carry on.
Perfect.
And it's as easy.
What a brilliant hack. That's great. Yeah, and then just have a little bit of extra ease in the back.
Yeah, it makes it a bit fuller.
And also if you're a bit more sort of active in your... some people, they wear, and they don't move around a lot. I'm a very active, movie person, and I like some movement in my clothes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, I'm glad you did, because I haven't got a clue what I just said. Now, on that note, Mark, let's see let's see your demos.
Let's do some sewing, shall we? So I'm going to concentrate on sleeves today, because normally I start near the beginning-ish and never get near the sleeves. I thought I'd do a bit on sleeves today, but I have prepped the front. Oh, that's not the front at all. That's another sleeve. But I have already made the front pieces. So you see the yoke is on. If I spread this out, spread it. There you go. That's made everybody giggle in the studio now. And there's the box pleat. That's not on the pattern. That's just me adding that in.
I love that feature though, Mark. I love that feature. I like how it looks. I like how it feels.
And you can do them either that way round or the other way round.
Yes.
Whichever way. And there is no right or wrong way. I know someone who put one in and said, is that the right way? And I said, well, they can go either way. And he wasn't satisfied with that answer. So we unpicked the whole yoke and did it again, just that the box pleat could be the other way around.
Right, okay.
I thought he was a little silly. But anyway, just my opinion. You do have the option also to put on a front placket, but just to show you, you can just miss it off. If you wanted to have a bit more of a casual feel, because it's not difficult to put on, then all I've done here is just folded over half a centimetre and then folded it over on the fold line and stitched it down with a top stitch.
Gotcha.
So then you
Whereas a placket's a separate piece of fabric.
It's a separate piece that you sew on top. So you can do the placket or the button placket, in a different fabric if you wanted. So you could match like the grey or the white or the green and have that. I've got a bit of green
Or
here.
I tell you what I do like, Mark, is I like to use like a piece of woven braid and stitch that on the underside, so that just when the shirt opens out just a little bit, you get that little glimpse of something like a K-facet woven braid.
Yes.
Yummy.
Yes. And that's where you can really personalise a shirt, because there's so many pieces to a shirt, don't let that put you off. But you can use those different pieces to kind of really personalise what you're doing. So that's the main body. That's a nice, I like doing that bit actually, putting the yoke together.
And the yoke, burrito method?
No, I use, I'm not sure what she does in the book. Maybe you could have a check, but I don't do the burrito myself. I do probably a more traditional method where you sew the placket on either side of the back piece, and then you sew the front pieces on separately.
Oh, okay.
Rather than doing the burrito. The burrito is where you roll everything inside the placket, stitch it, the placket down. The placket. I keep saying placket continuously. It's a yoke, isn't it?
Yoke, yeah.
On the yoke, you know what I mean. You sew it down to the yoke, and then everything is miraculously sewn from the inside.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm going to talk about plackets. These are plackets. This is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
So this is for the wrist.
This is on, yes, this is the little opening on the wrist, which just goes down like that. So these, they look good. This is what most shirts have. They're not always straightforward, and there are lots of ways to peel this particular onion. In the Turlo shirt, you'll see I did a continuous looped placket. Where you cut the slash, you open the fabric out, and you sew. You could use a piece of bias binding or something like that, or a piece of matching fabric. You sew that along that raw edge, and that makes your cuff placket. That's a nice, easy method to do. And if you want to do a quick placket, that's the quickest one I would probably do. But if you wanted to do it, this is the way that I would do it as my own personal preference. Now, I've got a square here. Let's show you the one that's not pinned down. It looks like a church, I always think, or a house or a factory. There we go, and that's the long part. And
lumped quite a lot of architecture in one bracket there, haven't you?
Well, it just reminds me of
factory, church, or
a house.
They all look the same in Mark's world. All of them. You're not an architecture, are you?
No.
Architect.
No, not an architect. But it's just because it's got a little lump on the top. It's like a spire for a church or a bit for a factory. But anyway, that's not important. What is important is the slash. Now, I've already marked with a little notch from the pattern. You may not be able to see that because it's very tiny. Where a little notch where I'm going to sew. That's what I'm going to cut. I'm going to sew either side of that. Now, I don't have a pen to mark it with here, so
do you want one?
Do you have one?
I'll get you one.
It's not vital.
Or a pencil.
But what can be nice is just to mark where you're going to sew. If it's not in the room, it doesn't matter.
There's a pencil in there.
It's broken.
Oh.
It's all loose and floppy.
Oh dear. I know that
I shall go rogue.
Sorry, go rogue.
No, it's fine. So I'm going to sew about a foot's width, so about half a centimetre-ish.
Is this either side of the slash?
Either side. Now, I haven't cut the slash. I've just marked where it's going to be.
Yeah.
So I haven't actually cut it in. And once you've done this, this is the same as doing a placket on the front of a shirt. You could use this for that
like
as
a front
well.
opening.
Yeah, it's more or less exactly the same kind of thing. So just take it to the end. Oh. Go across by about a centimetre. This is where drawing it in helps, because you can get it nice and accurate. And then just return back down the other side. now we need some nice sharp scissors. Take the pins out. Now this is sewing it with the right side of the placket facing the wrong side of the shirt. Now get your marked slash line and cut it, and then cut a Y at the end.
Yep.
That's really important. And take it as close to that stitching as you dare, but not through it. If it sits there with a lump, it's because you've not folded it. You've not cut it properly. So let's fold that out. So we're looking at the right side of the shirt now. Oh, someone's left the room. And we're going to give this a little press, just so it behaves itself. And you'll begin to see how quickly this method can come together.
I'm very intrigued at the moment.
Are you? Have you not done these plackets?
Not like that.
Oh.
This is the interesting thing, isn't it? You do different patterns by different people, and they do construct the same garment piece in different ways.
And you see there's an opening now starting to emerge.
I see that.
And it's about 1 centimetre wide, so take your time pressing it. Now what we're going to do then is press under about 1/2 centimetre, just so that it meets that first row stitching.
Oh, so you cover the line of stitching with
only just covering it. So I'm just going to flip it round so I can press this, so I can see it my way around. You could pre-press this before you sew it on. There we go. It'll behave itself now.
Don't forget, in just about 25 minutes, we'll be going to Yarn Lane, and we've got
to catch the bus, haven't we, to Yarn Lane?
We have. I've got a horse and trap outside waiting for us.
Have you?
Don't worry.
Oh.
No, we'll travel in style.
Oh, okay.
Stick with me, kid. But we've got Twink Knits, which is gorgeous. Hand-dyed yarns, Mark. They're so gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
And there's a company in Kenilworth that does hand-dyed yarns.
Ooh, I do love hand-dyed yarn. This is all very special stuff.
But it's quite nice because it's so unique.
Yes.
You can't guarantee you're going to get the same batch.
No, that's true.
Again, but that's part of the beauty of it.
It
so,
is.
It's back to the plot. We're not talking wool yet anyway. So I've just folded that under. So it just covers what we've first sewn. And now we're going to sew it down as close to that edge as your machine will allow you.
So this is on the right side?
I'm on the right side of the shirt now. There's quite a bit of pressing involved in this, so I'm just keeping my mat out.
Yep.
So that's the underside part of the placket. Now we've got this other piece flapping around there. That's the longer part. So let's... And what we're going to do exactly the same again, fold it over, and then it will sit over the top like that. And that's going to make your placket.
No, I definitely haven't used that method before.
Oh. There is a method where you use 2 pieces. Is that the method you use?
I'm sure it was. It was separate pieces.
Yeah, I've tried that. I personally don't get on very well with it. But this is where it's all down to a personal level as to what you quite like. There are quite a lot of ways to make a placket like this. It just depends on what side of the bed you like to get out of in the morning, I suppose.
The right side.
Do you sleep on the same side of the bed?
I do.
You don't swap over?
No, gosh, never.
No, we don't either. I can't sleep the other side of the bed. There's been odd occasions where Clive said, "Oh, can you sleep that side because it's cold?" If we're on holiday and it's the room's different, but I can't get to sleep.
No, very strange.
Yes, I'm just tucked under the end. Now my piece has got a flat end to it.
Yeah.
Some plackets have a point. You don't have to have a point. I'm just doing it like this because it's easier.
Yep.
But you can just fold a point into the top. You can get, if you Google it, like on Pinterest. Pinterest is fabulous for ideas. There was some really, using a similar kind of method, some really funky, different plackets, all sorts of weird shapes.
I think my advice would always be, do the pattern, make the pattern as is, and then once you've got the hang of that, you can start adding some little twists.
Absolutely.
Can't you? Once you understand the basic construction, you can start. And also, you know, if putting in that placket is something which you've never done before and you think, I'd like a little practice on that, do a little mock-up just of the bottom of the sleeve and just do the placket in calico and just fold it, stitch it, get comfortable with the method.
Yeah, absolutely. I sometimes make toiles out of a bed sheet. I know I've mentioned them a few times today, but I do it for a reason, because if it works, I can wear it. If it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I've not cut into any fabric that's precious.
No, don't cut into your precious fabric when you're not sure of the pattern or not sure of the fit, because of course once you cut the precious fabric, it's not the precious. Karen says, I'm supposed to be doing my grocery shopping, but I'm glued to the telly this morning watching you lovely gentlemen and your antics. Have to say I'm loving this morning's shows. Maybe I'll do an online order. Maybe you will. Thank you very much, Karen.
She could. What could she win?
Oh, well, you are good. My goodness me, you're earning your money today. 10 customers are going to win their entire basket. All for free. Yes. Even if there's a sewing machine in it or an entire collection of Tilda. Julie says, stupid question warning. Julie, now you stop that. There are no stupid questions, remember. The only stupid question you can ask here is, do I want a cup of tea? What is the difference between shirting and quilting weight fabric? Because you can use quilting weight for clothes, can't you? Yes, but Mark, tell us.
Well, quilting weight can be a little heavier. It can need a bit more ironing, I sometimes find as well. It is fine for clothes, because sometimes the pattern you want is on the quilting fabric, not on the shirting fabric.
Yeah.
Shirting fabric's usually quite often a little lighter. It's quite often not always, like a cotton polyester mix, which does iron a little better. It has the creases out. You can even get waterproof shirting fabric, can't you?
Really?
Have you not seen that? People go slosh with a big bucket of water and it all just runs off the shirt.
Oh, lovely. Who wouldn't want a shirt that you could do that in? I must admit, no one's ever come up to me with a bucket of water, but I like the fact that it's possible. Yes. The other thing I would say as well, Julie, is that if you've ever felt the difference between lawn and quilt weight cotton, that gives you some idea of the difference in weight. Or even K-facet quilt weight cotton and regular quilt weight cotton, because K-facet fabrics are a lighter weight cotton and I think they're more like a shirting. It's just a finer weave, isn't it? But you're absolutely right, Karen. You can, Julie, you can use quilt weight cotton to make shirts, and I have done many times. They're just slightly on the heavier side. They're better for like autumn, winter, I would say. They're perhaps a little heavy for summer wear.
It's quite nice to go and just, if you possibly, I know we sell everything here online, of course.
Yeah.
But if you are out and about, and just go and just touch the fabric.
Have a feel.
Knitting and stitching, you get used to it. This shirt I'm wearing is in an Indian cotton, so it's very lightweight, all hand block printed.
Oh yeah, I love
whereas
that.
Yours is I think that was a lawn.
Yeah,
I think.
it's very lovely though. It feels great. Derek's asked, what's the largest size of shirt in the book? Derek, I am checking as we speak. Now then, the regular shirt. What do you know, Mark?
It has a small, medium and a large.
Yes.
So the large will fit someone up to about my kind of size. However, it's not difficult to upsize the pattern should you want to do that. And I will, I can show you that. If I just grab a pattern out the back of the book.
I mean, I'm just looking to see if there isn't actually...
there is if you go to the contents, there is a page on, it's towards the back somewhere, and it has a one-size-fits-all approach to the...
Oh, okay.
To the sizings. What I can do is I can show you actually...
Garment sizes, here we go. So clothing, here we go. So the largest size, it goes up to about a 42-inch chest. and a 36-inch waist. So not massive, Derek, I would say, not massive.
However, if I can find a ruler, this will do.
If you're looking for a much greater range of sizes, Derek, I'd actually really recommend Mark's Brighton and Turlough shirt patterns because they go up to a double XL. Now, I don't mind telling you that I am wearing the XL. So this is the XL, and I've probably got about a 46-inch chest. I don't know why I did that, but it's a 46-inch chest.
A manly
46. There, I've said it 3 times now. Goodness me. So, yeah, I would say, and then the largest...
To send your shirts into Stuart, you can address them to Sewing Street here in
yes.
Redditch.
46-inch chest, but petite.
Yeah. I'll show you how to easily upscale this pattern. And I did this as an experiment myself because I wanted to do it.
Okay.
Now, I know there's a lot of lines here, but if you can focus here, this is actually the top corner of the shoulder of the jacket. So you see you've got small, medium and large. But if you take that point and put a ruler against it, then I'm going to eyeball it, but that will be your extra large. That will be a double extra large. And then if you go around that at all the points and then draw your lines in again,
yes.
then you can upscale the pattern.
Yes, you could, couldn't you? I mean, really quite effectively.
Yeah. I mean, some points don't. So if you look on this other side here, you see some points don't have that. That's just going up there. That's because that's the centre back.
Yeah. So again, you just put your ruler on the side to keep it in line. And then just measure equidistant.
So it'll be about
a centimetre, isn't it?
Yeah. There's different measurements at different points. It's not all a centimetre. It depends. And if you do that, it's a nice. Even if you did, it's a fun thing to do because you'll learn about the different size tolerances and how it works. Because some parts will be getting bigger by a centimetre, some by half a centimetre,
yes.
Some might be something else. Again, I found the pen now.
Oh, well done. Fabric
It's down here all the time.
But do make a toile. I would always recommend you make a toile because then you could, get your fit much better. And that's where our Adjustoform dressmaking forms are so useful.
Smooth.
So useful. Just to get that proper fit.
Should we go back to the placket?
Yes, please.
So the thicker side of the placket, I've just sewn. If we look down at the oldie sewing, oh look, I'm on the telly twice. Look. If we look down here,
yeah,
she's coming in. She's coming in. Fabulous. I've already sewn down that side. That was where I've just folded that raw edge over. I've gone along the top, and now I've just popped a pin in. If I take it out, you'll see you've got the inside part of it there. So I've just marked with a pin where the top of it is on the other side. So I'll go down to that point, take the pin out, and then I'm just going to go across. And if you wanted to, you could sew a cross or another design on there. I'll leave it at that for the purposes of today. And if I take that out, you'll see. Let's see what we got. So on the top we have a placket.
Fantastic. That's really cool, Mark.
And on the back we have, it's nice and neat.
It's really neat. That's so cool. I think it's so useful, isn't it, to do these things in isolation sometimes because, we know this about zips. A lot of dressmakers, a lot of us are frightened of zips and we think if something's got a zip in, I won't make that pattern. And actually putting in a zip is quite straightforward. The same could be true of a placket, because it sounds a bit funny and it looks complicated. It looks like a fly front, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But once you see it explained like that, remember you can watch this show back again and again. It's really straightforward.
Yeah, and you can apply the same method to putting it in the front of a shirt as well as the opening. Exactly the same thing.
Of course, for a little opening and then the rest of it not opening underneath.
Yeah, just there is a name for that, I'm pretty sure, but I can't think what it is. And you can make it longer as well. So just take that same pattern piece and just extend it.
Yes,
Just
you could even have that. You could have that at the bottom of like harem pants, couldn't you, with a button?
Yeah.
To do them up if they were full and then fitted.
Do you know, I had the idea the other day, thinking, because I don't know about you, I sit here at home thinking about what I'm going to say today.
Yeah.
And you could have a placket all the way down the shirt.
Right.
All the way up there. Wouldn't that be fun? You could have it right open with
Really
buttons
good.
down it.
Yeah. Clive would have his right up to his shoulder. Let's be honest. Now, Mark, we must just mention your gorgeous shirts that you've brought in as well, the Turlo and the Brighton. I love the Turlo. My only concern, and I'm going to put it out there, is that I might be a bit chesty in it.
That's never your problem, Sean.
Well, no, when I was younger, I used to have it all hanging out, but these days I tend to, button up a little higher. So I'm a bit more concerned about, so what could I do across the front? What would you suggest if it was a bit more
There are a
open?
few things. People have done some hacks already, including Clive and a lady who bought the pattern from here. Lady bought it from here, put a zip in.
Oh.
And all she did is just made it exactly as it is here,
Yeah.
got a zip and just top stitched it underneath.
Okay.
And just zipped it up.
That's a nice idea. I like that.
So you didn't, before you put the collar on, so you can then lose the ends inside the collar.
Yeah.
That looked quite fun. Clive actually raised up the placket slightly.
Okay.
So he just, when he was cutting the opening, he just shortened that slightly and shortened the placket and then took the method exactly the same way. So he lost a couple of inches off the bottom.
Yep.
You could put, say, some rouleau loops.
Yep.
On
Frogging.
Or some frogging, some button, because they don't meet, so you could keep it the same. So rouleau loops or frogging or something like that would meet across the front without having to have a facing behind it.
I have no objection to it as it is. It's lovely. I think it's gorgeous. I'm just thinking about little ways I could mix it up a little bit.
And I love that. I like changing patterns, and I love seeing my own patterns done in other ways.
Me too. And I love this.
The big lapels.
Is so different, and it's great. I mean, it looks terrific with a waistcoat on you.
Oh, thanks.
I love
Just
that.
having
Isn't
them
that
popping over the
cool?
top? Someone said very kindly on Facebook that the large lapels on the Brighton shirt framed the face nicely.
They do. But the thing is as well, I think in menswear often it's all a bit sort of the same, isn't it? It's all a bit samey. Whereas that's just a bit different. And I've got to say it would look rather wonderful with a cravat, Mark.
It would.
Just saying
Let's
for
make
next
one quick. I've
time.
got 10 minutes.
Yeah, you haven't got 10 minutes of work. But there is a cravat pattern in the book that we're featuring on the show today, The Gentleman's Wardrobe. So if you want to add that into your basket, it's only $11.99 for the book, and there are so many projects in there. You're saving £3. I think already at $14.99, it's cracking good value. But $11.99, it's an absolute steal.
And there aren't that many books dedicated just to menswear.
No. Oftentimes you'll end up buying a whole book because it's got one or two patterns. It's the same with knitting.
Yeah.
I'll buy a whole knitting book because there's two patterns in it for men and I like them both. But this is all patterns. Love a cravat, soft fabric with drape for an elegant project. Yeah, I could see that really working. You and I need to start wearing cravats, Mark.
I've got some. I haven't made a cravat in a while. I've been making my twillies.
Yes. Well, I like those too. Well, I will if you will.
Yeah, I'll wear. Next time we're on together, we'll wear cravats.
Let's do it. Message from Collector in Merseyside. Love the two of you together. So many great tips and ideas. Kiss, kiss. Thank you. I've had a lovely morning with Mark. It's been
Sent
super
by
fun.
Collector.
Kate. We think it's Kate. Thank you for that lovely message. It's been great fun having you here, Mark.
Ah, thank
really
you.
Really enjoyed it.
What a super morning.
I've enjoyed it too. Just a quick roundup. The check bundle is super, super popular. What are you making? Are you going for a shirt or are you making a night shirt maybe? Or pyjama bottoms? It is lovely. Or that pyjama top for actually going out in. It's a beautiful one. This is the Lanchester check shirting fabric bundle, 2.5 metres for £23.99. It's a superb
And you don't need
price.
a separate pattern for a night shirt. Just take a shirt and just make it long.
Lengthen it.
Yeah.
Round off the bottom.
Yeah, lose the collar.
Yeah. Unless you want to be terribly formal at night.
You could even miss off the cuffs and things.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? Just have a...
Yeah, just sew it down to the end and it would be fine because you haven't got the pleats in or anything.
No,
so.
it's fab. Oh, yes. Little kiss goodnight and that would be done. Gorgeous.
Sat on the sofa with a flapjack and a mug of Horlicks.
Oh, how lovely. Have you been spying on me? I had hot chocolate for breakfast this morning. That's a delicious twist.
That's very French, isn't it?
It is French. I didn't have a croissant, but I did have the hot chocolate. We never got to see your buttonhole cutter, Mark, but next time I hope.
Just show them quickly. There's a chisel.
There is. We've got a chisel. Shall we quickly? Let's do it quickly. Come on. Do you need it?
Yeah, I do need one. I didn't bring mine from home.
It's all right.
This time.
I'll check. We've got a buttonhole
This
cutter.
will change the way you open your buttonholes.
I'm not going to chuck it because
because
it is
it's
actually
sharp.
a blade.
So
there we go.
So it's very sharp. It has a little sheath on the top. Is that the right word? A scabbard?
Yes.
Is it a sheath?
A sheath.
I've just cut some buttonholes here, and you want to go down on it, directly down. Don't go at an angle. Go directly down.
Yep.
And you hear it pop.
You do hear it pop.
And you can get right into the corners.
Yeah. That is lovely and neat, isn't it? You
It
don't
is.
get that with scissors.
Because otherwise, if you do it with scissors, or particularly with a seam ripper and a pin, the risk is that you can go off at an angle, you cut the stitching, or you, at very least, if you do it right, you get jagged fabric inside.
Oh, buttonhole chisel is a real... Well, it's not an investment, is it? Let's be honest, at $3.99. I thought it was going to be a lot more expensive than that. Well worth popping in your basket. Think about the neat finish you'll get on your shirts. Mark, you're an absolute darling. Come back soon.
I like to think so.
You are. You know you are.
5th of December is me.
5th of December?
5th of December.
Ace. Fingers crossed I'll be here. Well, thank you for joining us for the whole morning on Sewing Street. We're about to head over to Yarn Lane now. We've got twink knits with beautiful hand-dyed yarn for scarves and shawls. Really beautiful, just my kind of thing. Now tomorrow on Sewing Street, let's have a look at the menu. We've got 8 a.m. fabric bundles. At 9 a.m. it's the K-Facet Ancient Glade quilt with Catherine Wright. Hurrah! At 10 a.m. more K-Facet fabrics. You can't have too much of him. At 11 a.m. the Night Sky wall hanging with Catherine Wright. And then at 12 we've got a clearance hour, so stick around for some bargains. That's tomorrow on Sewing Street. But right now we're about to head over to Yarn Lane. So pop your comfy shoes on, grab a jacket, we'll nip to Yarn Lane and I'll see you there in a mo.